am sure sports. You know me there, from coast to coast representing. I mean, I say this is righteous representing for Omar. You don't know, come get the sports over here from near and far. Boy. Me say I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. If me not sure, that me not say it. Know who score, that me not say it. Never know no game play, that me not say it. If me never see no game, me no know who play. For your sports news, better come over here so. For your soccer news, then come over here so. If you don't love sports, still come over here so. For the date done, you are gonna love over here so.
So when it comes on to behavior concerning football, Jamaica is decent. I am sure that if we can get all of these things done, set in place by the end of April, it gives us enough time before the World Cup campaign. Not afraid of no Brazil, no Argentina with these crapper players. We are good enough. Remember, like, subscribe, share. Listen, comment, let me know what your thoughts are.
Trick Jerk Marinade gives your meats and vegetables authentic Jamaican jerk flavor. The spices are directly from Jamaica. Spices like jerk seasoning, allspice, scotch bonnet pepper, fresh scallions, thyme, ginger, and garlic. The key ingredients to a great jerk marinade. 0% sugar and low in sodium. You want to try it?
Made up of 18 Jamaican herbs and spices. Add delicious, bold flavor to your next grilling experience. Flavoring sauce, a marinade, basting, condiment, or topping. Trick Nick Jerk Barbecue Sauce.
Good morning, lovely people. How you all doing today? Welcome back to the channel. This is I Am Sure Sports, and I am your host, Manningsman. Hey, listen, today is going to be a very, very interesting show, right? I'm going to stay the course. I will not be swayed, derailed, or misdirected, because this is a conversation that need to be had. All right, so we're going to do a couple of things today. We should be having some guests from out of the Netherlands on the show. So I just want you to know that whatever we are discussing, when they are available, we will go live to our guest. All right, so just to warn you, all right, we're going to discuss solving the high school transfer issue. And this has come to light again because of what is happening, or what happened at Champs, and what happened in schoolboy football, in particular as it relates to how transfers are done for kids who come in from outside the country, and kids that are being transferred within the country. What are the benefits of this, and what are the impediments to parity, equity, equality, and sustainability of our sporting product here in Jamaica at the high school level? So that's how we are going to steer the discussion today. All right, as usual, want to welcome you to the platform. If you are watching for the first time live or on the replay, all right, please make sure that you hit the like button. Very important, right? The sooner you do that, the better it is. Make sure you also subscribe if you have not yet subscribed to the platform. All right. And for those who are already on, help me with something, please. Right now, Find 5 persons who you know who may not be subscribed to this platform and send them the link right now and say, listen, give a listening ear to this. I know you're not into sport, but listen to the discussion because many times things are said that are transferable in terms of life principle, though they are sporting discussion. And if you can sell it that way, then certainly those persons would gladly, I know and believe, gladly, subscribe to the channel. All right, can you do that? Right? Send it to 5 persons. Let's challenge ourselves to do 5 persons each. All right. As usual, we begin our program by giving thanks to the Most High God. The psalmist says, "I look to the hills, from whence comes my help. My help comes from the Lord, who made the heavens and the earth." Whatever state you're in, whatever situation you find yourself in, know that God is a good God. And you have life. You didn't have to be alive today, but you are. And so you must be grateful for that. The challenges of life, they are not designed to destroy you. They are designed to build you and to make you stronger for longer. So have confidence no matter what you're going through, no matter what you're facing. Have confidence that better days are coming, that greater things are in store for you. Live life with hope. Every day you get up, give yourself a reason to fight again. Give yourself a reason to try again. Don't quit, because quitters never win, and winners never ever quit. Gold must be purified through the process of fire for you to recognize and see its worth. So sometimes your true value in life, is seen when you have been processed through fire. So the fire of life is not all that bad, because somehow in that fire, life gets better for you. So that's my word of encouragement to someone this morning somewhere. And maybe it's not for you. Maybe you have no desire hearing what I've just said. And that's cool. But maybe someone else who feel disheartened and low finds hope in all of that. Just to give you some news, as you know, yesterday there was one game in the English Premier League, Everton versus Tottenham Hotspurs. That game ended 1-1. All right. Then in the JPL, the Jamaica Premier League, the Monday night games were played for the first time this season at Catherine Hall in Montego Bay. I don't know what happened, but the field looked like the condition got worse since the Reggae Boys used it. I don't want to believe that the condition of the field last night was the condition of the field when the Reggae Boys used it. For some reason, to me, it looked like it got worse. Nonetheless, it was so good to see the turnout of the Montego Bay fans, the Mobile fans yesterday. I mean, good crowd, so you know that football is still alive in Western Jamaica. But the surface, man, I think the surface took away from some of the play, the quality play that we possibly would have seen. All right? So I hope in due course, in due time, that can be sorted out. But in the first game last night, Waterhouse, they came from behind to defeat Falklands of Montego Bay by 3-2. Also, in the second game, it was a 2-2 scoreline. Mobile United versus Mount Pleasant, right? So Mount Pleasant, they have not won in I think 4 games in the JPL now, and things at the top of the table are is tightly bunched right now, and they have a game in hand. However, I think that game is against Portmore United, and it is scheduled to be played this Thursday, right? And if they win that game, yeah, they like I said, they are presently on 37 points. So even if they win, they will be tied on points with Cavaliers and 2 points behind Arnett Gardens. And as you know, right, there are 26 games. So there are 5 games. Mount Pleasant have 6 games. 5 games remaining in this round before they go to the playoffs. So it's coming down to the wire, and they need to get their act together. All right. So let's move on to some of our discussion points this morning, and let's have a discussion. Let's begin to talk about some football. All right, let's talk about some football. So yesterday we should have this discussion about speed of play versus pace of play. I think pace of player is really how fast a player is. All right, but the pace of the player or the pace of the players on a team is a part of what determines many times the speed that the team play at. All right, but not every team that has fast players play fast. Right? They may use the pace of the player if it's a forward player in going forward and countering, but the team could play very slow. So having pacey players helps with the speed of play. All right. So what then is speed of play? So first, I think we have to define it, break it down, and then get into the nuances of this. Many times when you do these videos, a lot of people don't. And listen, Manning's Man is not a guru on all things football. So if you're a coach out there watching the program, there is a call-in line, and you can call in and share your thoughts, even if it opposes what I'm saying. What I will ask you to do is to be factual and have information to substantiate the point you're making. I'm saying that because it is for your own protection on this program. And the comment section is very, very strong. Let's put it that way. But big up Christopher Wright. Miguel, blessings, man. Tennessee, up and running. Bless up Tennessee. Stickman, running. RR, Fresh God, Jason. Yeah, man, blessings to all of you. All right, so I like to write things down, right? So let me tell you what I have here. So what I have here, there are 4, what I call 4 types of soccer speed. Every other speed can be broken probably in this category. So there are 4 types of, when you talk about soccer or football, there are 4 types of speed, right? Predominantly. People may have other names that they give to them, other titles that they give to them, but predominantly there are 4 types of speed. All right, and then we're going to talk about it in the context of Jamaica's football, right? There's pure speed, right? Pure speed is, I think, this is where probably Jamaicans are strong. Pure speed. For the most part, a Jamaican player, because many of us did track and field in prep school, in primary school, wherever. So that's pure speed, the ability to overcome the distance between 2 points in the shortest amount of time. So if you and I set out from point A to point B, it's pure speed, and I will get there before you because I'm faster than you. Just to let you know that where is unseen. Yesterday, I had to leave, as you know, because I had to go to my kid's birthday. Man, and they had a parent race. And you know that Mannings, man, is a big athlete, not just play football, but a speedy athlete. And so, no exercise or anything, just took my bag off. I had my bag, gave it to Unseen to hold. You have to travel with a knapsack, because you don't know. Yeah, when you wear shorts these days and those things, you have to have your knapsack. You understand me? Your waist is not the safest place, so you have to have a knapsack. Anyway, gave Unseen my bag to hold, and then got into the race. On your mark, set, because Unseen was there. You understand me? And said, when they said go, hey, yo, I get out of the blocks. Bullet starting on people. It's when I come out my dry face and I leading the 100 meters, people. Oh my Lord. The injury I've been nursing for years. Oh my God. I've had tore hamstring, for years now. Hey, people, the hamstring grab me. People, I feel pain. Me have to stop, The whole stadium was in shock and awe, because they know that Mannings man had this covered. I know people, the shirt that I had on, had Mannings man at the back, so everybody know, People ask Unseen, you need to come and tell the people. Stick man, so the foot sick already, stick man. It guard that every time we play ball on it or anything, at the same body injury, Yeah, man, I shoot out of the people. Everybody say, wow. You see, when we come up out of the dry face, people upright and start. Yo, me I tell you, people, a stretcher. They must use. They all wanted to put me in ambulance because the thing started swelling up immediately, I'm telling you. So for the young athletes, you see, sometimes they play football when you're young. They have the opportunity to do surgery. Go ahead and do it. Because you see, when they get older, you can't do surgery again. And it is going to limit your ability. Because what what we do, we have some injuries when we're young, and because we're young, we just play through them. We take some Voltaren and those things, and we play through them. We play through them and never do surgery. But the older you get, it is the more you realize that those things you need to do early. I'm telling you, man. Unseen, you need to come and tell the people them the truth, Unseen. That yeah, Unseen can tell them the story, people. No joke, man. But back, so that's pure speed. Pure speed is like Usain Bolt, pure speed, right? The second is what you call technical speed. Now, while many Jamaican players have pure speed, we can question what is the technical speed of Jamaicans, because technical speed now is a little bit different. What is technical speed? Technical speed is the ability to control and manipulate the ball with the body, legs, or feet at speed, right? The ability to control, bam, quick control. You move the ball around, the good stuff with it at speed, very fast, like how Cristiano Ronaldo plots over it, Kylian Mbappe. So though we have a lot of what I call pure speed, some of us may call it raw speed, right? The technical speed is important, because if you can run, have you ever heard the term fast and foolish? If you are very fast, but your ability to control the ball is not aligned with your speed, so you can go fast, but you can't control the ball. You cannot control and manipulate the ball. Going at a high speed, then you're called fast and foolish. You have to be like a Kylian Mbappe, a Cristiano Ronaldo, able, right, able to be moving quickly, Marcus Rashford moving quickly, control the ball and manipulate the ball at high speed or at your pure speed. So your technical speed has to match your pure speed, or else you'll be called fast and foolish, as you have heard that, where a lot of Jamaican players have been described that way, because somehow their pure speed and their technical speed are at different places. Vinicius Jr., thank you. Those are some of the names. These guys can do, they not only move quickly, but they can do things with the ball quickly. They can manipulate the ball and manipulate their bodies and legs and stuff. Get out of the way, move out of the way. You understand me? Move the ball left, move the ball right. So that is important. So you have pure speed, or what Jamaicans would call raw speed, and then you have technical speed. Then you have speed of action. Speed of action is very important, all right? What is speed of action? Maybe I should ask some of you that, Speed of action is processing the information from the game and choosing an appropriate response quickly to the situation. Speed of action. Again, I would say Jamaica's football struggles in this area. Our speed of action, processing information. I think this is where the local game needs to improve. How do we think quickly, process the information quickly, and make correct decisions, appropriate decisions in game situation? So you have to process the information, right? What is happening, and give the appropriate response in situation as quick as possible. Again, I think this is one of the areas where Jamaica needs to improve on a whole lot. Big up realist youth, know yourself, bless up. Right? So, pure speed, technical speed, and speed of action. How well do you process game time information, the moments, the situations in the game? Choose the appropriate response in the quickest time. That's very, very important. So that's the third type of speed. Remember, don't worry, we're talking about speed of play. The fourth one is mental speed. So I want you to understand that speed of action is different from mental speed. Mental speed is the ability of the player to be aware of all factors, conditions, and options inside and outside of the game. Your opponents, your teammate, your crowd, all of these things is mental speed. So these four speeds are necessary to perform at the elite level. At the elite level, this is what it takes. You have good mental speed, good speed of action, good physical, good technical speed, and also good. You are very you have pure speed. All right, and pure speed don't mean that you must be the fastest. You just have to be fast enough given the situation that you're in. All right. Yeah, like this is a good one, Duclan. Sometimes players stay too long on the ball because they take too long to process what is happening in the moment and come up with the appropriate response. And that is why a lot of coaches now are implementing in their training things like rondos in small spaces so players can play faster in shorter spaces and make better decisions. We're going to get to some of those things and talk about some of the things that you need to learn and how players can play to really now make better decisions in the moment. Again, if you're a coach, and Manning's man talking gibberish, you can call it and say, Manning's man, no, sir, you're wrong. This is what it is. And then we can look at that. All right? All right, leader, I see you. Bless up yourself. Dre, anyway, that bless up. Yeah. All right? So Duclan, you're right. Taking a lot of time, because remember, it is not just taking time. Speed of action is not just taking time, or taking less time. Let me define it again. So a player can take 1 hour and still make the wrong decision because they are not processing the information from the game properly and they don't have the appropriate response. So it is not just taking time, it is what you're taking the time to do. Right? All right. So when you take time, what are you taking time to do? How are you processing the information? Processing the angle of the pass, the point of attack. Remember there, like for example, some coaches, if you're in one of those high elite programs, right? If you're in one of those very elite programs, your coach will tell you, for example, that there are 5 what they call vertical zones and 6 horizontal zones. And when you do that, you get several spaces like where you're supposed to be and where the next person is supposed to be. When you get that ball, determines your hip shape. Like, do you open your hips and all of those things, which is a part of the of processing the game information. So, but we're going to get into those nuances a little later. So those are the 4 types of speed in soccer. And if you find the next one, it would possibly fit under one of these broad headings. All right. So let's go now to then in this context. Then what is speed of play? All right. You will see me checking my phone every now and then because, like I said, we have some persons from the Netherlands who are going to be on the program today. All right. So let's go now to defining what speed of play is. Again, I will always say, Manning's man don't have all the answers. All right. So what is speed of play? Speed of play in soccer is defined by physical and mental attributes that players must possess to be successful. Physical characters include first touch and transition from attack to defense, while mental side includes things such as reaction to pressure and decision making. All right, let me tell you this now. Our local game, this is where our coaching needs to improve. I think we don't spend enough time on the physical characteristic, first touch, transition, right? And we also don't spend enough time on the mental side, such as reaction to pressure and decision making. And here is why. Because we are in a win first culture. In other words, most of our coaches are put in situations, and this is because we don't have academy football where it's about development. We have competition football right across Jamaica, and therefore coaches don't take enough time to repeatedly work on first touch and transitions and those things. They don't take enough time to improve the mental side of the game because they are in an environment where they have a short window to produce wins. So they take the shortest path to victory instead of the long road of development. People are shoot me at all. Tell me if I lie. None of our high school coaches will be given 5 years to develop a team. An academy player will start at 7. U7s, U8, U9, U10, U11, U12, U13, U14s. And that is when you really see their true potential and all of these things. We don't get that in Jamaica. A coach gets a player at 12, and he's expected that by the time that player is in 5th form, he's supposed to be winning the Costa Cup or Manning Cup, or else the coach is called a failure. So we don't have a culture of developing players. We have a culture of creating winning teams. So here's what because we need to have a discussion about, are we developing players or creating winning teams? Because there's a difference between a winning team and developing players. You can tell that some clubs, like Ajax had a team with Bergkamp and all of those guys. Then they had the team with Ziyech and that they sold recently. The truth is that you don't even have clubs in Jamaica that are into development. All our Premier League clubs are into winning the league. So they are seeking the shortest way to victory instead of the long road to development. Maybe you can tell me which club in Jamaica is properly developing players. Tell me one. If I am lying, then I need someone to say to me, no, management, here is a club. So we are shortchanging development in Jamaica's football for victory. Now the schools will tell you that management, you can't go and talk. We want to win it. What do you think we're spending our money for? And I agree. So until Jamaica begins to build out academy kind of football where the players are being prepared and developed for selling and not necessarily winning schoolboy football, but they are being developed so when they are 17, they can be sold to some of the biggest markets. It's not going to happen. Yeah, Michael Sadler. I would say Mount Pleasant, but I think Mount Pleasant will have to change how they do it, because here's the thing, even our academies. Let's look at Phoenix, for example. Good academy. But what Phoenix has done is, again, I'm telling you the same thing. Here is what Jamaicans ask. What has Phoenix won? Because we have a culture that says, for you to be good, you have to win something. But we have Unseen. I have a lot more to go, but let's hear Unseen, because Unseen learning some things, Introductory grassroots. Mr. Speed call him D license. Unseen. Big up.
Remind the people themselves about diploma in coaching.
Yeah. Unseen also went to GC Foster College before he did his D license. Big up yourself, Unseen.
The D license is like down here, and diploma is like. Understand the levels to it, Yeah, man. I'll take a drink.
Unseen, me I tell the people them say yesterday me shot out of the block. Comes through my dry face, brother. And my leg give way, bro. Tell the people them how man is man.
Yeah, man, people, man is man. I know. But him have the thing, man. They say him pick up why him choose football still. Because in the fast and board, man. I tell you. Hey, people. No,
Tell him man them say me have a son, man. The man, if the man they continue, tell him man say the man them stay, even stay at Jamaica and continue track and field.
listen to me.
Me I tell you people.
Him still can't continue track and hey, you think Nkume run 9 break 10 yet? Just wait till Jonathan.
You know, we are calling me so name for bro. You don't have to call out the man name. Because the man go run prep school champs.
Them call him name. So them know say I come fit at prep school champs. So all I coach him where I just not put a name there. Man, if I me talk it fair and square now.
Hey Stefan, right? Careful how you can call man fast or foolish.
Yeah. I wonder how much money is man pay and see.
Yeah. But Unseen, what are you in agreement with what I'm saying so far?
Yeah, you're totally right, you know. The schools and the whole dynamics is set up for just winning and for a percentage of players who can play already. And then it don't have a space where those players can improve neither. Because once you're not good enough, them dash to the other players them and only the one them who can play them use and then now when them score 2 goals and them who can use the right foot, them now fix them on them left foot neither. So when them leave high school, clubs them still have to try fix that. And then when you check it out, the clubs them are the same thing to management. They don't want to build anybody neither. And we keep on tell them say there's no ready-made players in Jamaica. There are no ready-made players for clubs. The clubs have to do some work, even when they reach the senior level.
Yeah.
They watch the Premier League and you see some players. All right, for example, Cephas then. I heard that Mount Pleasant wanted Cephas, but Wally Downs never take him because him say not consistent going on the line with the ball in the box. So, me I wonder now, which club in Jamaica can get a ready-made player from a Jamaican player? And you have to carry him and develop him. So, the coaches them in Jamaica don't want the work. They don't want to put in the work to get the players, the individual abilities of the players to get them better. Them just want them come, they can pass, kick the ball, man, and that's it. Teach them a system, and that's it. What about their individual capability, which will improve the team drastically if you fix that?
Yeah, but and the answer, yeah man, he plays soccer and them call him Conte. So I don't know which one him going to do first. If him going to do going forward, if him going to track and field. I think I don't even know. We don't make no decision yet. But he plays. Unseen have the man play under 13 people because Unseen is at the prep school that he's at, and Unseen have the man playing under 13, and the man just turned 9. People, if you go to jail, I'm Ryan I talk about. Police will lock him up. Man play under 13 and the man a 9-year-old. You understand me? Unseen are the code people will call about.
Hey, people, I'm big letter the youth are job, man. The youth are job.
Yeah. So we'll see. But Unseen, that is the point because I see someone saying that Wayne Rooney's son, right? At 10, he play U10. So again, the development is not a continued process. Because remember now, in other countries, these players are going through the same system from say age 7 to 14. I mean, they are in the same academy going through the rudiments. All right? Let's come to Jamaica. Say you have some youth and you start at grade 3 with them. They get to grade 6, that's 3 years. And that is only 3 seasons of 3 months. So that's 9 months of football. All right? They go to high school, a different system. You understand me? A different system, and they have up to, say, let's go to let's go to up to 6th form. Say they play schoolboy football from 7th grade to upper 6. That's 7 years of say let's give it 5 months. That's watch this and see. So 5 months, 7 years, that's 35 months. That's I'm gonna give that 3 years plus let's give them a year of full development in prep school or in primary school. So our 19 years old would have had 4 years of football when they calculate it to develop all of these things we're talking about. In other countries, those players are in the same system from 7 to 17. So they have 6 more years than the Jamaican kid who has maxed out their time. 6 more in most footballing territories or nation. But we're going to go a little further unseen because there are some more important things. So that is how I have defined speed of play. But speed of play also has a lot to do with skill under pressure. And I brought up this because I know that Jamaicans love talk about skill. And I always say, are our players really skilled? Are they skilled when the game is slow and when there is no pressure? When you put our quote-unquote skilled player in pressure environments, in high-intensity football, do we still see their skill? Because many times unseen, here's what I hear. How this man looks so, but when him going to the national team to play a national game, him can't do nothing. You know why? Because the intensity and the pressure is completely different. Completely different. Hey, real as you, nothing like that, man. Cataract again, Lord have mercy. Man say, Cataract, big up yourself. You so see Cataract, man. Cataract now come out for this part, man. It says, so it is skill under pressure that sets players apart. It says anybody can just clear the ball and kick it away. An elite player's skill performed under immense pressure is remarkable. When a defender or midfielder has the ball in their defensive third, their vision and passing skills to get out of a pressure situation is imperative. You see why our football struggle? Because we are taught, most of us are taught to do what unseen. When you defend, you have the ball and you're under pressure. What is Jamaica? What are the coach's favorite word? Clear it. Have you ever heard? You're under pressure. Clear it. Or kick out the ball. Nobody tells the youth that, okay, you're under pressure. Make some good decisions. Maybe play it back to your goalkeeper.
Man is man.
Change the angle of play.
Man is man.
Yeah.
From a little boy I grew up, we have even about this school of singing, over the school of singing. We have play football. Defender get the ball. Oh, and you're under pressure, you know. Oh, don't make it drop. Oh.
Yeah. There you go. So we know those things, which is why now, when we get to the highest level, we are going to struggle. So movement of the ball is imperative, and they are able to keep composure with perfect passes. Elite players have cognitively developed a capacity to think faster than their opponent, to be aware and to anticipate and to predetermine their next option prior to receiving the ball. So you see where the 4 types of speeds are now important, because it is those 4 types of speed, the pure speed, the technical speed, speed of action, and mental speed will determine these things. Helps you to think faster than your opponent, right?
You have different speeds.
Anticipate and to predetermine your next option before you get the ball. Go ahead and see.
You have different speed.
Yeah, man, we explained that already. We explained the foot. Yeah.
reactions.
Well, in football, there's nothing called. I mean, all that reaction speed is what you'd call speed of action. It comes under speed of action.
It come under fitness. So once it's a fitness coach might
No,
say
man,
that
it is. Reaction is because reaction is what you're going to think in the moment to do next, which is part of speed of action. So even if you call it reaction speed, it would fall under speed of action because what the broad categories are
speed
speed
of
of
action,
action, mental speed, pure speed, and,
pure
and, and,
speed.
and technical speed. So,
Technical.
so all of the other things fall under that, right? So do our players, and oftentimes,
But money is
yeah,
one.
man. Go ahead.
But money is one. That's why a fitness coach is very important because those type of training will come based off of your fitness program. And normally in Jamaica, I just have a man where on gym we do some volleyball exercise at the fitness coach. Them not understand how to link the two of them with football. So you see the biggest problem we have now? And we
Yeah,
take it for granted, man is man. We take it for granted that hey, we don't need to hire a fitness coach because Ray. And then when them hire a fitness coach, them hire somebody who just kind of, you know, gym work and them thing there. You have
yeah,
to have specific person who can link the both together. You have to have some football knowledge. It's important.
yeah. So Brain Drain says many years ago, while under pressure, I played back the ball to the centre back. He said I should have kicked it out for a throw. Man is man. Remember when we talk about football, we should talk about boys and girls. Yeah, yeah. True, true.
Brain Drain said a quarter of the stadium was purple and white. It was depressing.
Yeah. All right. So let's continue with this topic. All right. Then we come into the point where we hear from you, the people. So let's explain some more very easily. Let's explain speed of play. Speed of play is a quick release time plus the movement of the ball being passed from player to player, usually using one or two touch passing and getting rid of the ball within 2 seconds, right? And when you say get rid of the ball, it means you to a teammate in good possession. So this is the speed of play explained. It is quick release time. How quickly do you release the ball? The movement of the ball from one player to another, where you use one or two touches. Now, a good example of this is the Japan team. What we call the pure speed of the Japan team may not be as good as the pure speed of the Jamaican team. But the Japan team ability to move the ball from one player to another within the time, which is in 2 seconds, is way better than that of Jamaica. And I'm going to tell you some of the reasons why this happened. Because people, it is repetition. It is now where you talk about systems and culture. It is repetition, system, and culture. I know leader was saying about surfaces and all of those things. Listen, if you can control, then you can blame the surface. All right? If you can pass the ball, you can't blame the surface. If the surface is good enough for you to control and pass the ball, then you can't blame it. And I'm going to tell you why. Because there are other places outside of Jamaica where people have bad surfaces, but their speed of play is better than that of Jamaica. Let me say it again and say it another way. Jamaica is not the only country that has poor surfaces. So some of the other countries with poorer surfaces still have a better speed of play, still have better ball control, ball passing than Jamaica. So that means to me, while surfaces are important, it's bigger than the surfaces. What say you about that, Ansi? You're muted.
Man, yeah. What I believe though, if from me, I teach the kids the right principles in terms of passing and control. You know, they may go on a field that may not assist them in terms of moving it fast, but at least they will be trying and doing the right thing. You understand, management? So they will understand that hey, so if we kick the ball fast like on a surface, it may fly past my teammates, so I have to put a less pressure on it. It will give them that understanding, management. So they go on a better field, they can move the ball. On the other hand, if you don't teach them the right way, them not gonna know how to do it at all. So when them go on the better field or reach up to the national level, they don't know what to do when they go on proper field or go outside of Jamaica. But if you teach them the right way, they know how to manipulate and understand what they should do on the field. Like, you get to me, man?
Yes.
And in our case, we don't teach them the right thing. That's the problem, not the surface.
Yep. Brain Drain says Calabar winning school challenge quiz tonight. You gotta win something. Brain Drain, I heard you were spotted at Champs. Is it true? Yeah, I heard Brain Drain was spotted at Champs. Yeah. But so we have to begin to train our youths to get rid of the ball in terms of passing it accurately with good decisions, with the best pass within 2 seconds. All right? Very, very important. Duklan says, if surfaces is such a major issue, why do teams who play on better surfaces still outpass and outpossess us when they play in Jamaica? That's what I'm saying, Duklan. I am saying that the surface is not the issue. I'm going to give you a very good example, right? So I was recently with an academy. And here's one of the key things they teach their players. All right, Unseen, do you teach your players? Be honest with me. You tell them about opening up their hips.
Of course.
Okay, all right. Rarely do I hear coaches in Jamaica teaching kids how to open up their hips. Go ahead. And which is a part of body position. Go ahead, Unseen.
Man, you have drills. You know, you receive the ball. For example, the box drill, where you put a player, 3 players, right? When they pass the ball, they have to open up them hip to where they must pass the ball to. So you have an empty slot there where a player.
There you go.
You're teaching passing and movement at the same time, and then you carry them. Which foot you must use because you're going to that direction. So you have to open up your body, receive the ball, and play it down there. So
there you go.
Like, and not
there you go. So like
you learn from there 7.
Yeah. So you will see that in the Premier League. Like I was watching a Premier League game last night, and I will tell you this: one of the issues in that game was that a lot of the players were not opening up their hips. Let's see, we have a caller. Let's see if this is a call for the program. Welcome to I Am Sure Sports. You're live. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, you're live on I Am Sure Sports. All right. All right then. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Right? So the truth is, it is not and please, I am not saying that good surfaces are not important. What I am saying is that there are many nations that have surfaces that are worse than the Jamaican players, and they still do a better job at this, right? However, surface is important, but it is not the biggest deterrent to speed of play. And I'm going to show you why as we progress in this discussion. So let's go a little further. So how do you improve speed of play? And I'm going to give you some things that you can do without the surface changing. On the present surfaces, the first thing you need awareness. To have awareness of where your teammates are on the pitch at any given moment, know where your opponents are, where is the space, or what space I can open up. You know how that happens unseen? When you have a system where when A gets the ball, B knows where he's supposed to be. So A know where B is going to be once he gets the ball in a certain position. Then C knows where. So every player knows option A, option B, option C. So when I do this repeatedly by being coached a system, I know that if I get the ball on the left side of the defensive third, I know where my 5 passing options are. Pass number 1, pass number 2, pass number 3, pass number 4. So when I get the ball, I know exactly where everyone is going to be. The next thing I need to do now is to know where the opponent is to see which one of those spaces are blocked up. If this is not repeated with the players from 7 to 14, learning the same thing, we're going to have problems when we get to the senior levels.
One is the coaches that are so-called the best coaches in Jamaica not teaching at the grassroots level. A-license and the B-license coaches not teaching not coaching at the grassroots level.
Hold on and see. Let's take this call. Caller, welcome to the show.
Nah, you're in the mind.
Oh, you're not hearing him?
No.
Oh, Jermaine, they're not hearing you. So all right, so I'm going to hang up and call you back because they said they're not hearing you. Hold on, let me sort this out.
Barely I hear you.
I said, yeah, I agree with you about the, and what you say, about the, you call it, surface.
Still not
right?
hearing?
There are places.
Hold on, Unseen, you still not hearing?
We're hearing now.
Oh, they're hearing you. Go ahead, Jermaine.
Okay, so I agree with you about, and what you're saying about the surface. There are places that have worse than us, right? And they're actually, passing the ball. In the meantime, we still need to fix these fields, right? But we still have to try and play some form of system, But you're right. We can't just give up and say, boy, I'm the field them bad, right? So, so we can't use, that style of play. But yes, there is some bad fields, right? But as you're saying, we have to try and say how we can make it work in the meantime. Let me ask you a question, since you're on the ground. Are there any, you call it, any moves to fix those fields in Jamaica that you know of?
To fix those fields, like when I say you have to be more specific, like which,
Like
all
specific,
fields in
like
Jamaica.
no, I mean, not just all the fields, right? But certain major fields, right? Like a certain high school field, certain Premier League field. Is there something being done about some of these fields?
Well, all right. So listen, I don't think we can depend on like high school fields if we're talking about quality fields. Here's why: when Jamaica College has their surface, they are not just
Mm-hmm.
Jamaica College, for example, is not a football school only. Their surface, they have PE for all their classes and all different kind of activities. So those fields will be heavily used until we can get to a place where, and that is why I'm saying that there are other things we need to be doing now outside of the surfaces. Because here's why: while it is important to have quality surfaces, the surfaces, the development and the upgrade of the surfaces are really in the hands of the people who own the surfaces. And if they don't see a way where they're going to generate great income from it, they may not want to spend a lot of money on it. And so unless
Yes.
we have like Mount Pleasant, for example, Academy has some ideal surfaces for their academy. All right.
Mm-hmm.
No, until other private owned academies emerge and surfaces and build fields that they can maintain, we have to still develop the other aspects of the game in spite of the fields. So I would say people are always doing work on fields, but how much can they really spend? Can we really expect like people in a particular community to build out a high quality surface? Where is that? That it is exclusively to one particular academy. And who is going to fund it?
Yes.
So that is why until that happens, we have to work on like number one, player awareness.
Yes. So I agree with everything you said just a while ago. I really do agree with you. Because it makes sense. But the question I was asking about the field, I mean, I wasn't just looking at some school field. The reason why I asked that, I was listening to someone um program the other day, and then say Arnett Garden train at Charlie Smith Field. I don't know if that's true, right? So if they train in at Charlie Smith School Field, where does Charlie Smith train, and where do they play their what do you call it, um
So
home games?
Charlie Smith play on the field that Arnett Garner uses. So the partnership is that they use the school field for training and the Arnett Gardens, the Tony Spalding complex for games. Both Arnett Gardens and Charlie Smith.
Okay, okay, okay. So that kind of makes sense, man. Yeah, man. So I'm gonna just come off, and listen. But you were right on. In the meantime that we sorting out the fields, we still haven't played football. We still haven't
Absolutely.
try and improve.
Yeah, man. All right. All right then. Yeah, man. Blessings. Thanks for the call
We
as
can't just
usual.
stop. All right. Yeah,
Yeah,
man. So we
man.
just want to listen, you big man.
Yeah, man. All right. So I see short improvement here saying, Mannings, I think this is many, unseen, when they're not talking, you have to mute here. Many grassroots level coaches do care about player development, but need to win the competition. All right, so here is the thing. Again, why do you need to win an under 7 competition? Why do you need to win an under 8 competition? Why do you need to win an under 9 competition? Why do you need to win an under 10 competition, an under 11 competition, an under 12 competition? What How does that help the player when you win the competition? Like, what benefit does it go on a resume? If you win, you win. But that is why I believe our under 7, under 8, under 9, under 10, under 11, and under 12 competitions
And this is why it cannot be school based. It has to be academy. It should not be about who won a competition. So a player should be in one of these systems from 7 to 12, learning and developing, playing as much football as possible. And even if they win nothing at all, the team gets a lot of games. All right. So awareness is one of the things. All right. So let's go down and talk about some other stuff. Speed of thought, improve speed of play. So your awareness, then your speed of thought. Understanding how things are going to change when A, B, or C happens. Essentially, anticipating where you are going to move once you pass the ball and knowing immediately when you move into a certain space how the field changes. All right? So, number one is awareness. Number two, speed of thought. Unseen, what say you on this one?
The perfectly right minds, man. You know, speed of thought, improve the speed of play. The quicker you can, you know, when you get the ball, minds, man. I'm always tell you, so you must see a pass before you get the ball. Right? You must see that. See what you're gonna do when you pass the ball to somebody. You must move into space. So you have to really see it before it happens. Actually, so we have to teach that as well. We don't teach that in Jamaica. If you watch most of the team play, it's like after ball movements, it's like maybe a one or two player alone on the field with. We don't see consistent movement without the ball. So that's why our after ball movements is so poor and our passing is so poor because if you don't move into space management, there's no outlet. You're easily to be tracked down, easy to close the space and get the ball. Right? And it also affects us as well in terms of following the play, Mannings man. So when we go up against a team who when they pass the ball they move, we tend as a defender, when they pass the ball, we take the reaction slow, we don't follow the player. So we always allow goals to score on us. You see it with when me and Brown against Mexico the other day.
Yeah. Yeah, but
Develop
let me also say this, right? That player B needs to know way before he gets on the field. Where are you going to be when player A gets the ball? Which zone, which angle, where are you going to be if he gets the ball? Which means you have to be playing together, right?
appear
For a period of time and playing the same way for a period of time and doing the same thing for a period of time. This is where repetition in coaching is important. That for 6 months, the player doing the same things in training. So they know exactly where each player is going to be at specific moments. Now, Jason is saying if kids keep losing, they'll be discouraged. So at grassroots, the coach have to try to develop, but win as well. All right. Again, in and I can give you examples. I should have some people on that they don't keep points. Let me say it again. They don't keep points at U7, at U8, at U9. There is no point standing kept.
not in Jamaica.
So the kids are just playing. They're not there. There's no title. There's no competition. There is a competition, but there's no winner. Nobody is declared they are the winners of the competition because there's no points being kept. That is how we have to develop youth. Because the moment at your U7 and the U8, you start saying, well, this is the champion leading and all of that, it changes how coaching is done. Because now your job is dependent on how successful you are in the competition. footballing nation at U7, U8, U9. Because it's not like a player can get to Chelsea and say, you know what? Well, I won U7 competition in Jamaica and I won U8. I won the basic school competition in Jamaica when I was in that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So we have to stop tabulating points at these levels.
Honest
Yes.
man, I don't agree with that. I differ from that. I think that's not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is that if you do a survey right now and you do a background check on what these coaches know, how to teach the youngsters, that's the biggest problem. To train these youngsters using the template, right? For each different age group, to teach them the right thing. So them can go through the system and learn these things. That is not there at all. So even if
And
they win
see,
it,
I'm going to tell you why it's not wrong. If you are given the job to coach some 7-year-old, and the principal, the teacher says to you, listen, we want to win this competition, and you have 2 years. And you see, if you don't win, we're not sure we're going to keep you. You are under pressure to make decisions that may not be to the best interest of development because you have a job that you need to keep.
money is
So you're
one.
going to
But
try to win.
money is one. No problem trying to win. I don't see any problem trying to win. But you have to follow a template. And most of these coaches, they don't have a template at this level. That is the problem. If
Okay.
you do a survey, man, right now, I can guarantee you. You have a man down the road with the conduct bus. A coach one primary school, a coach 11-year-old, 12-year-old. You have one man down there saying, on party places. So when him know about a party, and to bake party properly, him love the football, so him come get a hand. Him a coach a team.
All right.
How him a go teach him, how him a go teach something when him don't know. You
All
tell
right.
me, man.
Okay. So here's what then is one of the things that needs to happen. Let me tell you what needs to happen. Some of our best coaches need to start coaching our youngest kids. That's what Arsene Wenger says. Because the coaches who write high school programs and Premier League programs need to come down and write some
Right.
and coach at that level.
You see, Ducklands says they don't want a party man around him. Hey.
I don't know what that means, but no party man around the kids. Really sure. I'm not sure I understand that what that means.
Him not really mean like in terms of way where him understand the football, but him a coach him son.
Oh,
So I mean,
the other thing is that so we talk about speed assault awareness. You play the way you train. Work hard and work fast in training, right? You get used to playing the way you train. Pass and move. Immediately after passing, you should know what space you're going. You remember I was talking about that? Move into to be available for your teammate. Open up space. Create another option. Nail 1-2 touch passing and playing. It will immediately improve speed of play. Work on your first touch. The more confidently and competently you can do this, the faster you'll function in a game situation where you need to play quickly. Be calm and don't panic in pressure situation. Speed of play is also knowing when to slow down the speed of play. All right? So, there we go, unseen. So, you need to begin to train how you want. Someone was saying it earlier. If you don't have the kids in a place playing quickly, training quickly, then you can't expect them to go into a game situation and do it.
that's true. But man is man. I'm not gonna say again. I forgot what I'm gonna say.
So you have to do it in practice. So, all right. Uh, uh, this is now where I realize sometimes the amount of work that we have to do in Jamaica. All right, because in Jamaica, if you get kids to start play fast, you have the game stop every moment because they mispass the ball. It tells you that their technique is poor because they're not used to playing fast because they cannot control the ball well. So they can't play fast. Tell me when you have seen kids playing in Jamaica, 1, 2 touches and passes, moving into space, knocking the ball around.
Well, one thing me can say, me may not win the NFL competition, but my team pass and move.
And they do it quickly.
Yeah?
All right. All right. All right. Well, good to see. We hope to see them
Because
on the.
man, listen this now. One thing me know, if you teach the children, the kids the right things, right? You have a potential, you have a big chance of winning the competition, right? But we must not focus just on winning. So we do any and we just do the basic things like hit the ball long, because we know in the youth level that defenders may not know how to deal with those type of direct football, right? Because them young and them prone to make mistake. But once you teach them how to pick passes and move players out of position from a young age, I'm telling you, man, you're preparing top players for the future. And the biggest problem is man, we don't teach them to scan. It's a scanning and check off. Scanning and check off your opponent is one of the basic thing and the most important thing we have picnic for know or students for know from a young age man. Scan and check off. If you can't scan, you're going to have a problem to pass the ball.
All right. So here's the next problem now on the scene. Why we need a complete culture shift in Jamaica. All right. Tell you what. As a caterer making a point about parents. All right. Garnet Lawrence, big up Coach Lawrence. He says some of the coaches' biggest problem is when the kids go home. Who and how they are mentored until we meet them back on the pitch. All right. So good thought. Here is an issue unseen that we have to fix. In a lot of other places, the elite kids are taken into the academies basically free at no cost to their parents. All right? No cost to the parents. So everything is provided. Okay? Now in other cases, the parents have to pay, especially like in the United States. So let's bring that to Jamaica. Parents don't even want to buy a proper football shoes for their child or a ball for them to practice the game. And I think that is a part of the problem. Parents have to take interest. Now, you may not be paying for them to get the academy because that's an expensive venture, and not many people in Jamaica have enough disposable income or any at all to invest in this. So what do I mean? But if you believe your 7-year-old have the talent, you're going to have to put aside some money to purchase the proper boots, the socks, the shin guard. So when they come to training, they look like a football player. Because that's the next issue. Too many of our youngsters from certain communities who want to play the sport, when they turn up, they don't have shoes on their feet. They come to training with just a boots. They have no socks. right? So that is the next part of the issue. Now, management, does all this start on the field or inside the classroom? Some of it, I mean, it's both ways. But I think most of footballing work at the grassroots levels is what the kids learn on the field. And as they progress, they begin to learn things in the classroom, right? Bless up Anthony Mack every time, man. Up, 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 up. All right. I see more attractive football being played at the schoolboy level as opposed to the JPL level. What would cause that? But let me tell you this. If you put the best football team from high school in the JPL, they are going to struggle. Let me say it again. If you took the Clarendon College team, if you took that Clarendon College team and put that Clarendon College team, all of them in the JPL, Waterhouse and Arnett Gardeners would beat them regularly. Let me say it again. Because if you are able as a school, like JC and KC, and we're going to now get to our transfer thing. If you are able to take at the high school level all the elite talent and put them together, chances are you are going to look better than the other teams. I put it to you that most of our Premier League teams will defeat our high school teams. And they would not look, I can tell you this, they would not look as good playing in the JPL. So though you may see better quality football, it's a different level. Now, we're going to call it JPL, as some would call it, Bush League. But I think, no disrespect, if the JPL is Bush League, let me tell you this. Our high school football is Weed League. It's not good either.
So,
Because when these kids go and match up against other high quality kids, they look ordinary. 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 So, Unseen have some prep school kids. And when you see them play, they move the ball very well. They move the ball very well. They pass it around. They, in fact, I agree. How they play, they look better than how some of the JPL team pass the ball. But if you put them in the JPL, they can't win a game because it's different levels. They get more space and more time. It's played at a slower pace. And people will tell you, over the years, none of our top school teams could ever go in and dominate our JPL. None of them. If you go back from the 70s and the 80s, and they said that this team was the best Jamaican schoolboy team ever, even that KC team that they talk about. In fact, some of the best players in our schoolboy football come from our JPL clubs. You check them. A lot of them were developed outside of the schooling system.
that's true, man, son.
The better players over the years in our schoolboy football are the ones who were playing with JPL clubs, our Premier League clubs in Jamaica. They played U17, U15, U20s, some of them even with the senior team. So when they go back into schoolboy football, they are cut above the rest. So I hope today, people, you have heard and learned and received some things as it relates to speed of play and yeah, and pace of play. The man said, unseen. The man said, it is easy to look good against Oberlin High. Ah, or Irish Town. Irish Town have a high school. But unseen, listen. So I have a very I have a proposal for Issa. All right, because in last season's Manning Cup, there were many people complaining about the fact that Jamaica College had a CARICOM All-Star team, basically. They had all of these players, and many people were complaining and blah, blah, blah. All right? But after that, um, yeah, we saw a chance that Kingston College had a lot of transfer athletes. Other schools had it, because JC also had Caribbean athletes, and I think even Heidel had a Cayman athlete from Cayman Island. St. Catherine High always had athletes, Homewood, Edwin Allen, and stuff. All right, now just perspective. What is your thoughts on the amount of transfers in our high school sports? Is it right? Is it fair? Is it the best way? Give me your thoughts and then I'll tell you my thoughts on the matter.
Is it that you're saying international or local transfer or both of them together?
Anyone you want to do, you can do international and then you can do local. However, you break it down how you want.
Um, uh, I don't really see any problem with it, Mannings, man, because one, on a marketing scale, it boosts the competition as well. Because if you look at it, Jamaica create an environment for some of the Caribbean countries, and parents in the Caribbean would not get in those type of development in their country to get opportunity in Jamaica, or create that connection, and I think it 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 helps to develop we as well as people as coaches to work with other nations. You understand me?
All right,
Um,
just hold on one sec. Don't move unseen because we have a caller. Oh, the caller reconnect. Go ahead and finish up your point. Caller, welcome to the show. Hello?
I find I'm in here. I
Pina.
find out this man and any call of this.
Big up the
Big up
man. Big
yourself.
up the man from
Unseen.
Porus.
big up.
Yeah man, big up yourself. Don't for us. Just tell the people let me know. July 8 to 16, the big thing again. Porus Football Festival and whole heap of concert and whole heap of things. I want you to tell the people them and plug the things to make them know from now on. Unseen, we are see you. Even when you're transparent, we still are see you. But you know what? I want you to put the thing out there and make the people them know. And I want you to take your little team and try getting at this thing and see if you can win this $1 million. And thing, you see it so you can build something. Because the only thing we are going with them for us in July, and I don't know a year-to-year thing. So I'm just going and deal with the thing, but I don't know that I about. And man, what going?
Me there here, man. So, but the poorest thing I want is a whole week thing.
Yeah, man, it's a whole week thing, man. It's a long running thing, a whole heap of thing. And you don't know when it's at the end, at the last day, you don't know the biggest artists, them have a third day for the Sunday, the Sunday and last Sunday, man, is man, where we supposed to go down there and sit and sleep and pray and sleep, Because a long time we pour us and want to get rich much, so you can follow my people, them friends and family and whoever and enemy. As long as pour.
Okay, so the football competition start July the 9th. The Porus Football Festival. It's a semi-final and after show.
What age group?
But that's why you have to get more information because the football competition going. Yeah.
Man, excuse me, I send you a video, with Mr. Rennie Senior. I promote the thing and tell
Yeah, but we play that video. Lord have mercy. We play that video. The Rene Simoes video was after I did the interview with him. That video does not tell you how to enter the competition. It doesn't tell you.
Then you don't know.
Yeah.
All right, so let me go cut you when you are talking, because right now, let me tell the people, contact Mr. Question Box, if you don't have his number, contact Mr. Karam Persad out of Persad, all the way for us. Look for his number is available.
No, man. Let me tell you it work. I mean, I'll call out Question Box here. And if he vex, he vex. Me call Creston Boxhill, me talk to Creston Boxhill and the same person when both of them were at a game up by Jamaica College. They were sitting beside one of my subscribers who normally give me contact. I've invited him now for 2 years on the program to talk about the porous thing. So if he wants to promote it and it him know where to find me, have my number. Him saying, "So call me." So you are try promote something that him not try promote, you know. And that I go on, you know. Him not try promote it.
I don't respond. I'm there for us, the man and go for us, that's my place, so that's anything. I feel it, so
Okay.
that's why I'm here to. And Mr. Karam first, I'm a brother from another mother. You understand? When me a youth and me run way after them food, me eat and wear them clothes, man, him brother. It's on his first side. So, me see me the man them, I'm a link, and them send me the thing, and me I send it on to you. So you not have to worry about what you do for Mr. Max kill them and when Mr. Max kill them and do you do this. Or fine I do this. So when me send a thing to you, it not depend on them. You what you
Okay.
do now? A long time you have to link Karam still. I don't know if you link up with Karam yet,
Lord
but
have-
you should have been linked up with Karam.
But me tell you,
You
so me
link him.
talk to them last month. They were at the game at JC and
Well, me a call Karam later on. I'm left for
Garnet Denton was sitting beside them. He gave them the phone and I spoke to them and they are supposed to call me back. Me I tell you what
well,
happened.
me, what you, well, yeah, me don't know about Mr. Max still, you know.
It
But me
two
know
of
say
them me I
Karam
tell
is a man.
about call them and ask them.
Karam is a man. Karam run a hardware and him always busy. So maybe him not get round to that yet through the time. But me I tell him to come from there, I'm sure coach and come tell the people
There
about
you
this
go,
thing. And me say,
boss.
I have to cover that because you don't know I'm my turf there. So.
Uh,
Me have to book that interview there.
all right, boss.
Yeah. So no, yeah man, me have to book that interview there for you and see. Yeah. So now me what you talk about now? The transfer portal thing in Jamaica.
Yeah.
But you notice say in a the last well NCAF college football done now. But me don't understand this transfer portal in a high school because I never understand this. I never know. I know say public school give scholarships and exams and those things for kids and when you go to school if you have talent you're involved in a sport. I know so when you go to the college level and the professional level now, that's where the transfer thing go on and things. So we don't understand what is this transfer and international students coming from all over the world come run. So when we have one little youth now like a man here for Irish stuff, I say, do want to bring somebody now. So don't you deny that kid from Jamaica a spot in the classroom.
Well, that is what
Who
I
is
hey.
qualified for both things.
Finding that's a very good because I want to ask unseen that if you give 60 spaces to kids outside of Jamaica, spaces in your school, does that affect kids in Jamaica who legitimately pass their exams to go to that school? Are you denying them an opportunity? Or are you overcrowding the school to increasing the teacher? Because if all the schools get all the kids and we are outnumbered and you bring in kids, are you now affecting the quality of education because the student teacher ratio changes significantly?
Yeah. The youth will come from Africa now. If you know, have to come from running, coming up abroad in a academy. Yeah, you're not going to Africa to recruit youth from Africa to become win champs and those things and Jamaica players dime. I feel with that pay money pay big minister of education, you know. We have to stop those things because this is not college or professional level. And those are the things when you hear some people that talk about JSS and JPL. And those are the things when you fight against and see a fear pick them and go and pick them and get robbed out of school because school want to win champ and want to educate you. And that we are talking about now.
Yeah. All right, maybe
Yeah.
let's listen what Unseen has to say because he was giving his response and then once you hear him you can always call back and give your thoughts.
Yeah, man. Big up on yourself. Me there up on the work here, so I don't know. I just touch me, I touch and go through. People in our comment.
All
You know,
right then.
drop some nice comment in there. Drop some super chat, like, share, and them thing. I remember say Super Friday. When you know, make Super Friday pass and just drop something like it. Never take a whole lot of light on the table on the phone and everything. And the man's man said, these are Final view, not management. Big up on yourself. Done.
All right,
Call
fine.
over.
All right. Yeah. Ultra was calling, so you can call back. 'Cause the caller is gone now. Go ahead, Unseen. You're making your point.
Yes. I'm gonna talk about again. Oh,
Yeah, the
remind me again.
transfer.
The transfer. So, man is man. We just think we learn from it. Coaches learn from it. Learn to work with other people's parents, administrators from different country. And you build a network. It helps them in building network as well to go over. Now, people may find
So
problem now.
here's my issue, right? So you
Yeah.
can in champs you can have, I think, two transfer per class. So you can have two for
Three
class one,
transfer.
two,
Three
eh?
transfer. Three
Three
transfer.
transfer per class. So that's three for class one, three for class two, three for class three on the boy side, right?
Right.
On the girl side, it go up to class four. So you could have 12. All right? But you could have other transfer in the school that you're sitting out so that they're waiting until those go through so you can bring them in, basically. All right? A couple of things I want to ask. When a child is transferred from, all right, number one,
But
here's
man
my
is man. I'm more
number
than
one.
three, depending on how you do the transfer.
All right, here you go. All right, number one. If we believe that there ought to be parity, equity, and equality, if one school, however they come by the resources, is able to spend $10 million and the next school have $1,000 to spend, is the playing field level?
Of
That's
course.
that's number one. So what we are saying then is that the rich schools are the school with the most resources. They can do this. But the ones who can't afford it, they have to work with the program. If that is the case, here is what I think should happen. All the schools who have monies to spend should perform in one category.
No man is man.
So call them Division 1 school. Because it is unfair, watch this, it is unfair. It is unfair to Oberlin to go
No.
Oberlin. One other man, me I give you my opinion. It is unfair for Oberlin to have athletes that a next school can come and take. Oberlin will never be in a position to bring athletes from that said school to Oberlin unless they are expelled. So they can take
What are you talking about?
listen, let me finish, man. Let me finish first. But they can take the three best players from Oberlin, bring them to their school, and still come back and play against Oberlin in the same competition. And Oberlin don't have the resources to get anybody to even replace the players. So Oberlin is in my zone. Follow me? Is in my zone. They have three top quality players. I am going to take those three top quality players to my school, and then I am going to play against Oberlin in my zone. I think that is unfair to Oberlin. I think what should happen is that you have, if you have Division 1, Division 2, Division 3. If you are in Division 1, you cannot transfer players from Division 1 schools. You have to go to Division 2 because you're not, or Division 3 because you're not competing against those schools. Because it is unfair. Because you have a whole lot of resources that you can go to Sydney Pagan. You can go to Magoti. You can go to Lacovia and take their players and still play against them when they take them players from them school. Are you transfer them?
I don't agree, man is man. Because if you use Oberlin can get the same amount of money like a case.
Unseen, are you serious? Unseen, you
Right.
serious, man?
This to me I say no. This one
Unseen,
I say man is man.
Unseen, hold on.
Hold
Before you
on,
say
man, we
anything,
talk.
think about what you're saying.
Alright, so I'm gonna tell you, Oberlin
Yeah.
have a big, rich pass student. Them can do
Unseen.
everything. Administration
Unseen.
is the problem at
Yes.
Oberlin.
Unseen. Brethren, listen, let me tell you let me repeat what you just said. Come to think, me not think you just realize what you just said. Unseen, you just said that Oberlin can have the same amount of resources as Kingston College. Think
Right.
about that and then
For a track and field and for football. Them can buy the same equipment, them can buy everything what them use to run them program. Them
unseen.
can do it.
Unseen.
This is what I
Buy
said, man.
unseen. You're talking about how we get to buying equipment. We are talking about
No, we're talking about sports.
no unseen.
We're talking about
So
it.
here's what I am talking about.
It's a
We're
resource,
talking
you know, resourcing and what? Resource and
unseen.
what?
You brought up unseen.
Yeah.
We are talking about transfers. You are
No, but
saying
you
that
say resource.
Lord, I'm unseen. Listen what I'm saying.
Go on.
Are you suggesting to me that Oberlin has the same amount of resources available to them to bring 7 kids from
No, they don't have the resources. No, but they can have it. That's what I say. That means they can have it.
so you're saying to me that all schools, because they have past students who are rich, because every school in Jamaica probably have past students who have money. You're saying because they have past students that have money, all schools in Jamaica can do what a Kingston College or Jamaica College does. That's what you're saying to me?
What I'm saying to you is that they can raise the money, they can pump the resources in the particular discipline.
Unseen, you're serious, unseen.
So me I say, no, man, they can do it.
Unseen, me not talk about, you think it is bibs? Me I talk about and cones and football?
We are talking about. Tell me what you talking about. Be specific. What you talking about?
When we talk about resources unseen,
Talk.
we're talking about transfer students. This says solving the high school transfer issue. That has nothing to do with buying 50 footballs unseen. When you transfer a kid from those places, just to be able to get somebody from there, the kind of scouting, the kind of program, let me finish now. The kind of scouting, the kind of program, the kind of financial resources you have to spend on that one child to provide them with the education that they need, to provide, let me finish, to provide them with a promise of going into college in the States afterwards, the amount of resources to keep them in your school, provide for their welfare at every level, for their medical. If you are going to look at me and say that all schools in Jamaica can do that as well as Kingston College,
I won't say all
never
schools
ending.
can do it, you know. I never say all schools can do it, but me I tell you say Oberlin can do it. That's what me I tell you.
Okay, sir.
I am a Oberlin pass student, me can tell you. Their money
Okay.
no normal.
And
They're just not doing it. They just don't want to do it.
unseen.
Because
But unseen,
there's not a sports
you're
oriented.
missing the point,
This
though,
you
unseen.
don't
Because,
understand the point in
all right, you go
a
ahead.
sports oriented school will try to do their best for the kids. Argument done.
All right, so let me say this. Let me say this again, unseen. So, people, we are, all right, people, I see our London. Let me just get this. Let me explain to you because sometimes we conflate issues. People, college in the States and high school in Jamaica are two different things. No one is contending with spaces at UWI or UTech. No one is contending that. We are talking about high school sports. So, Orlando and BM, how many spaces are Jamaican kids being given in American high schools for high school sports out of recruitment and transfer? That is the example, not college versus high schools. Nobody has said that kids are not supposed to come into the schools. Nobody said that the spaces are not supposed to be given. Nobody said that. So let's bring the discussion to what we are saying. If schools can afford to bring in as many students in our high school sport from all over the world so that they can win because they can afford it, what should happen is that those schools should compete in a different division than schools who don't have the financial support and backing to even build proper classrooms, much less to recruit persons. They should not be participating in the same division. In other words, it is not fair for you because you have a lot more resources at your disposal to be able to take the kids at a particular school and then go and compete against the same school in the same division. So the comparison one is not high school versus college. And nobody is suggesting that nobody from nowhere else should come into Jamaica High School. Nobody said that. So let's keep it where it's at. All right? And saying, I I hear you. But like I said, I do not believe that most schools, because let me say it this way, not because somebody is rich and went to a particular school means that they have a vested interest in giving back to the school. All right? Because here's the thing, it's not everyone who has gone to Kingston College and is wealthy that gives back to Kingston College or to Calabar or to JC. So to assume that, okay, Oberlin have many rich past students so they can give money to the school is a farce because it don't mean that any of them have a vested interest in the school. Maybe some of them are sorry so them went to Oberlin. So you can't look at what they have and assume because they have it, they can. Because they may think like they owe it more to their college than to their high school. Kingston College and those schools are a little bit different and seen. But your time to talk. Go ahead. You're muted.
One of them man is man. Cause it's an evidence man, you know.
Yeah.
Berlin. Alright, hold on. Hold on. One of them man is man. Alright. So the group here. It's that group here, people. You can see it. It's that group here. Oberlin OHS football management. Right? This of 20. You see that about 40 people. It's about 40 people in the group. 40 people in the group. And these them are past students from my days, before my days, with my days. These are people who are interested to build Oberlin football program. Alright? Now, one of the reasons why Oberlin football program is not where it's supposed to be is because of the direction where it's going. The people who are in charge of implementing, and we just say, all right, we take on these people and make them run the football program. The interest of the person with the pen and paper is not there for sports. The interest of the person with pen and paper is not there for sports. So when man is going to say me, assume, say, then we do it. I'm a past student and I told them that I will do it for free. I will go there and do it for free. When me get that job here, when me get that job here, St. Mary, me tell them say me come in the summer and come get them free session. Right?
And
When
you
me,
think
when me I go for the when me I go try out for the job, the man them say, Coach, your vehicle, me get your vehicle. And them people are people me go to school with, classmates. right? Wasn't a joke thing. Start with the academy in the area, them see the structure and them like it, everybody buy into the program. The administration, what me I try to say is the administration of the schools is some of the biggest deterrents. If you have a administration, which is the board of director, the principal, and whosoever write with a pen there, yeah, no pen, and them don't love sports, I'm telling you what kind of card I get. Red card, two-wheeler card.
All right. And
You understand me?
me I think you get it still. Hold on and see. Because
You
Keteraka
not
call.
get it.
All right. Because I
I
think you
am sure.
understand equity and equality. Explain it to him. Because I
You
think you
not get
missed the
it.
point in welcome. You finish and see. Want make sure you finish.
So man is man. So me understand what you are saying, but I am saying, is it the school problem who go for the people and recruit the people and carry them in? It's not their fault. If you set there's a way you can get them, go for it. If you love the sports and want to improve the sports and do the same thing, you can do it as well. So why not do it? That's not my problem if me do it.
All right. I'm going to show you, but me let Cataract. Oh, let's see Cataract on the line, and then I'm going to respond to you and see. I'm going to give you a Manning's example. All right. Go ahead, Cataract.
Yeah, morning, man. It's morning to unseen viewers and subscribers. Um, Money is a very touchy subject. You know, this business of transfers of price.
Yeah.
School.
Cataract, your line sounds so bad, man.
I know when you speak,
Your line sounds so bad.
I had raised. No, it's like so linked. I don't know why the line so low.
Okay, we're hearing you now. You were breaking up a little bit. Yeah.
You sound low. I'm saying that the issue of transfer is a touchy subject, but really it's not only about transfers, but of resources that's available for a school to spend on coaching and preparation. And you're talking about equity versus equality. So a school with a bigger alumni and a more active alumni really has an advantage over a school, a non-traditional high school that does have boys.
Cataract, let me call
I'm fully
Cataract.
nodding the
Cataract.
need of
Cataract. Let me call you back. Cataract. Let me
Man
call
is
you back
man.
straight. Let me call you
Sell
back
him,
straight.
sell him
Yeah,
some internet now.
let me call you back straight. Huh? Hold on,
Man,
Ansi.
sell him some internet.
Ansi, you're incorrect still, but I understand you, but your comparison
Oh,
is
me
still
incorrect.
I'm going to show you how you're missing the big point. Hear this
No,
thing.
me not miss
I'm
no
going to
big
show you,
point.
because
See people matter.
no, not the people them. Chris Wayne, and even Chris Wayne and the Calabar issue is incorrect. I'm going to show you where the flaw is in an statement. But let me call back Cataract. Big up Ryan LFC. Unseen. You is not a good coach, brother. Unseen, a big track coach, man. Yeah, Cataract.
Yeah, yes, money.
Yeah, man, you're sounding better now. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I'm saying that your line sound like it's quiet.
No, man, we're hearing it loud and clear, you know.
Okay. Okay. Um, I'm saying that it's an issue of equity and equality because the schools with a large alumni and an active alumni are able to garner more resources to put into the preparation for champs and Manning's Cup and the Castle Cup. While non-traditional high schools, and in particular new high schools that don't have a old boys or old girls network as yet, are behind the eight ball. So I agree with you in a league system where both in football, in track, and in whatever other sport, that those schools that have the resources to compete at an elite level compete against each other, and those schools that are want to do it on a recreational basis would be like in a League Two. So I think that would work, particularly in football. You get nowhere by having schools beat a school. I saw in with girls football 25 mil and 19 mil and 36 mil. That's not sport, and it's not the spirit of sport. So, and all it does is inflate people's statistics, but it doesn't speak about building better players and developing better players by good competition.
Yep. Cataract, listen, I totally agree with you because I am not against recruitment. I am saying that let them recruit. But for anyone to believe that, and I just use Oberlin, like Oberlin, Magati, Lacovia, Alphonsus Davis, and so many schools, Port Antonio High, have the kind of resources to compete at the same level as Kingston College and the Jamaica College and Calabar. It is a farce. It is not real. They cannot. No, that don't mean that Calabar won't have failures in football, but it is not for a lack of resources. That Calabar is not failing because they lack the financial resources to get elite talent from all over the world if they wanted to. That's not it. It is probably how the resources are spent. So let's look at the Oberlin example that Unseen used. Unseen said he volunteered to do it free. KC don't even consider those options, you know. Look at the kind of coaches that KC has employed in their program, both on the male side and on the football side and the track and field side. These guys are able to hire and pay for some of the biggest and most expensive coaching staff to run their programs. These guys are able to send their athletes overseas for medical treatment in the twinkling of an eye, the snap of a finger. So it is not just providing the coaching, the support system where the teams stay when some of these guys that stay in expensive accommodation for the duration.
Let's say at the Pegasus
Yeah, for
and the
champs.
R Hotel and such up. But man, let me tell you, if Kingston College thought that it would make them win Manning Cup, they would find the money to hire Thomas Tuchel tomorrow. And some people in the alumni would just sponsor that out of their
Yeah,
pocket, out of their business, if they believe that that would make them win perennially, right? So it's a lot about old boys feeling good about themselves, but we have to look at the developmental aspect of it. Now I don't agree that you're pushing a Jamaican student out the space because we have utilized the US collegiate system for years, right? And some of it is reciprocity, where lesser developed countries are utilizing our coaching infrastructure and sporting infrastructure to develop their people. But if anybody wants to think that it's about, it has also restrict um, behavior and it's about the good of the young man and young woman get the opportunity. Say it to KC, say it to Calabar, say it to Georges, let's say a champ. Yes, you can get the athletes from Uganda and Kenya to come and run, but you're not going to get any points towards them. And see how fast they put them back on a boat back to Africa. So it's not about the child and in high school sports, the focus ought to be on the child and his or her development.
absolutely. And that's a very good point as well, Ketera. But like I said, listen, you see, if this were done, you find the top schools and you put a lid on what they can spend
per season, and you put them up there. And if your school can match up to that, you can go in that division. Because I'm giving you an example, and this is all right. This is Manning's school, right? MSAF. They have an organization that spends a lot of money. When I say a lot of money, they have spent a lot of money on their football program. And let me tell you this: when compared to where JC is at, we are still far away in terms of spending. And MSAF has given a whole lot to the Manning's football program in particular. But you can't compete with those schools. Those schools have thousands of people, you know.
It's the numbers that they have, but
Yeah.
also where in society those people are,
And where?
right?
And the influence that they have.
And the influence that they have. So, look here, I believe in like the next 10 years, you think people are complaining about some players from India coming to represent Jamaica thing. I believe very soon, in the next year, maybe KC or this will sign an agreement with Aston Villa Academy or Mona, which is for Chelsea. And you see youngsters from Chelsea coming out every for an international year of experience because their focus is on winning, not so much on development and looking at where these young men and young women transition into a beneficial career in the sport in which they have a talent.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, man, you're right, man. But I would not be surprised on seeing that Kingston College, if the kids are from Uganda, as an example, I would not be surprised if there's an ambassador somewhere in Uganda, a representative from Jamaica, who is in some high influential position in Uganda, as an example, who is a former KC student, who who makes things like this possible. I would not be surprised if they have a Jamaican teacher over there leading a school where some of these athletes are. That you understand me? So sometimes it is when I talk about resources, it's not just the having money to buy um stuff. And let me go a little further. So these schools are not just doing it on the footballing side. So you can't look and say, well, KC is a failing school because they invest in resources in sports. So it is not like you can look and say some of the schools who are not doing well or can't compete with KC in sports are competing or pushing KC on the educational front. So they're able to do it in track and field, in football, in cricket, KC and the JC. But they still are producing highly educated students at the same time. So one isn't affecting the other. What you find where the resources are scarce in the next school is that when they begin to invest in sports, they have challenges meeting some of the other educational needs because they don't have the amount of resources to keep the balance. We must remember that there's a stadium at JC. And isn't there a track stadium at KC as well? Didn't they build
Yeah,
their
man,
own stadium?
a blue Monday truck.
Yeah.
There's a Monday truck.
And listen,
So
I would not be surprised that if Kingston College had land space where they were situated, that they would build a multi-purpose stadium. That is the kind of influence that some of these schools have. Unseen gone sleep in a cataract. So go ahead.
Me not sleep.
okay.
Me not listen to you know. I listen to you know.
But the other thing, I don't take this very well because my parents are Anglicans in the church, and that's our Anglican school. They are a large community of people in Mona, in Hope Parkton, who attend like St. Michael's, who are willing to open up their homes, whose children have grown up now and 20, 30 years old, and they have 2 or 3 bedrooms in the house. And they open up their home to board. So even though they don't have dormitories, they have a community of persons who
Man is on all the credit line, but
part of it.
Yeah, you're saying that there's a community of person who is willing to even keep the students in their
Keep
homes.
the children
Yeah.
in their home, house and feed them, all in the name of the school. Now, just around high school, first of all, if you do Sugar Road, it's a deadly community. Um, I think Effortville and those places are nearby, but it's very violent. And so nobody's sending their child, even from Africa, to go stay in Effortville. So your location also gives you an advantage. I don't think we're going to be able to fix the world without Jesus, but they have to make it so that it's fair. It has to be fair. That's what people want to see.
Exactly. That's
And
what I want to see.
it has to lead to development, 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 because that's what you want to do with a child so that they self actualize, that they become the best that they can be. So it has to go back to being about the child and less about the alumni, but you can't stop it. Okay, Mary, they all recruit a girl from my mother church because she can sing, um, to put her in a choir, right? Because they want to win altogether thing.
Who do that?
So anything where they can win,
Who recruit girl?
no, but that's the champion, the champion,
Okay.
right? No, not JC and Casey, man, champion. They're just saying schools with
Definitely not JC
resources.
or KC recruiting a girl for them.
No, no, but I'm sure they recruit boys. I'm sure they recruit boys, right? Because altogether thing now come on TV. And I'm sure if you drill down into school challenge quiz, you're going to find transfers there. If somebody smart, and if you were paying any attention to spelling bee, they would have transferred some spellers. So meanwhile, man, somebody has to look out for the little schools and the
That
little people,
that is my thing.
right? And I recall my days at Ministry of Education, one of the saddest things was when St. Anne's High School that's near KPH has to close its doors. And it's a massive structure, you know, that could accommodate at least 1,000 students. They
Cataract.
just shut it down. Yes,
Cataract.
my friend.
Hold on a sec. Unseen. Just go ahead and respond to Cataract. Give me a sec, please. Hold on, Cataract.
oh, so I try to understand exactly, but me think cataract. The main problem is the administrators at the school. Simple put. You remain a little school because you want to remain a little school. So me look on it, you know. Oberlin used to win Eastern champs like easily, and when them forgot high school champs, it's like 1 and 2 at least I make medal. Like, how come? You understand me? When me go Oberlin, the football program a bill. There are people that drive and are coming to the program. And then change that principle, everything does smash up. So as me I said, the transfer rule, it no matter how much resource you have, you could have resource from now till tomorrow, right? If you don't have that group of people to put things in place so that that resource can flow, you won't perform and other schools will have other advantage over you. I cannot be at fault for having my network, having my principal, loving the sports program, giving my people, my team the option to create a structure to carry out and fulfill the needs and wants of these schools in sports. I cannot be at fault to do that. Your principal at a other school supposed to have that needs and wants just like me once you want to participate. And there are ways to do it. KC has figured out a way to do it. Calabar has figured out a way to do it. JC has figured out a way. Woolmans has figured out a way to do it. Excelsior has figured out a way to do it. Mannings, Monroe, Stets has figured out a way to do it. Right? Why the other schools not figure out a way? I can guarantee you, if you go into these schools and do a survey, there's somebody with that pen and paper who is saying, all right, too much money I got sports department. Want some to go over yourself. Oh, so much money I spend over P department. No, sir. After I love sports that way there. We can guarantee you that. And that is one of the reasons why the playing field will not be level. I rest my case. Cataract. Cataract gone. People. I will continue because man's man gone away a little bit. You understand me? I rest my case. So them can always talk say this school can do this because of them resource and them what them have and money or things what them put in place. It's because of the structure. It's because of the structure that nothing can happen at the school unless the principal agree to it, you know. Nothing can people, Bridging, Stefan, some school are always have more resource than other people. That no mean say I go win or dominate. Having more resource than me don't mean say I go win or dominate. You know? But what KC has done is to put proper people in proper educated people in the area as them and a mediocre people then put in the area as them. So for example, look at our Cavaliers. Speed put proper people in that area. Look at a Mount Pleasant with more resource than everybody else and them still can't beat Cavaliers. Talk to me now. No? Talk to me now. No? But Cavaliers still have resources. But Mount Pleasant have more resources. So for example, is putting a structure in, putting the right people in the right areas. You get where I come from? Putting the people in the right areas are getting the best people to go in that area. But as I said about the school thing, if your school administrator doesn't like sports, you care how much money or resource your school have, you will never, and I repeat again, you will never win or do anything. Your resources, your ability to win something is dependent on your administration. Or them pull the string first. And then the administration will put the correct people, the people them with the know-how, the people them with the qualification, the people them with the experience in the right era to carry out the task at hand so that the kids can fulfill their dream and develop. Talk to me, the people. And see not talk madness now. I say go because him half scream, call is muted. I never know. But if the up the scream, him never come off. He was supposed to be muted. He was supposed to be muted. Something wrong with the system then. Because and him just turn off him camera, that's it. Him just turn off him camera. BM said the problem with the high school sports in Jamaica is too many talented youngsters are sacrificed just for school hype. After high school, many fall by the wayside and no one cares about them. Right. So there's no structure put in place. Like unseen, you are wrong because look at Oberlin, which is on the hillside. The cost to install a running track is much higher than at JC on the flat. No, 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 no. And I will say no. How you negotiate your thing and the people when you carrying for do your thing, you know, brother. As I said, Oberlin can get anything with them high schooler, though, them other high schooler. Me go Oberlin, me know. Me play football, me do sports Oberlin. Me can tell you. It's not about even spending alone. It's the connection alone and the people that connect with the school, brother. The man that own Phil's out here is a Oberlin past student. And a whole heap of other rich people. So you don't understand what I try to say. You don't understand what I try to say. I don't agree, say, because I JC and them can afford and get or them have the resource. Them play now one league by themselves. No. 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 Resources is not just money. No, that me just say a while ago, Jason. Transfer rule and put in transfer resource and put in the top schools in a group for themselves to participate. That's the topic. That's the topic. Man is man and it don't matter. It don't matter how much strong old boy you have. If you're a principal unruly, if you're a principal say him nah spend the money on sports. No matter how strong, it don't matter how strong your old boy association it will. It no matter how strong. You're not gonna be there, you're not gonna be on top. Alright, for example, look on Calabar. Calabar have so much talent in football. And most of them talent left the school. 3/4 of them talent gone left the school, brother, because the principal. So he move out some of the kids them out of the because them now do certain things right in the school. The man clean sweep certain things. Andrew Price and him assistant have to work with them have. How them are going? They can't win. Right. Many schools still see sports as pastime, not a viable career. Even the parents them don't think that way neither. Me have to Virgin, me have to fight with parents. I said, the amount of money where you work in your lifetime, your son and daughter can get it in a 1 month. True sports. 1 month. The amount of money where them earn in them lifetime. Your son and daughter with the talent, with training and everything, can make the money in a 1 month. It's Lego the pitney make the pitney perform. So Jason, you talk everything with me I say. So I don't understand. We just not agree we put them into a group by themselves. Because it's not their fault why them have the resources. It's not their fault why them have the resources. It's because them have an administration but believe says sports is a viable option of making money and them and give the kids them the opportunity. Why the other schools them can't do it. And I can tell you again, Stefan Wright, Jason, if you do a survey right now in the schools, most of the things them that is not created and resources are not built in these schools is because of the administration. KC never just get up and just be this big old boy association. Them have to grow, them take time and grow. Everything in their life, they take time and build. But unseen, if the schools are not changing this mindset, doesn't that point to the need to build sport centric schools better? Right, right. You're right about that, Duckland. You're right. So what you can say then, schools who are not sports oriented should not participate. Oh God. But sometimes the principal them put the team, they put them or enter them team because they look bad on them, but them don't like sports at all. Schools is need schools need to agitate their past students to give back to often some people stay aside and wait for others to donate and sponsors. Bless up the fans in the chat. Hey, people will sponsor or send money to schools for a particular program, and that money is used for something else. Schools with people will send money or what the word invest their money into a particular program, and because of bad management or bad administration, that investment go down the drain. And you have to start all over again, spending that same amount of money. You get what I say? If it's a businessman, when you first $1 million you spend on a particular item or a particular thing, Jason, right? That $1 million is supposed to can help for the sustainability of that particular business. So you know, if you go back again and put back money, so you know lose. Casey has done that. Simple one. Hey, nobody with them thing up on the show. You see me? No man. Hey, who have the range? The man them have the range, man. Delete that message, man. The man them have the range. Make that message come out of the thing. Them things are nice, brother. Jason, you have the range. Which question Ryan asks? I look for your question. Which question Ryan asks? Yes, sir. Oh, that one, yeah? Oh, top coach unseen. I would love for you to coach high school for free this season. Do you have the time? No, sir. I don't have the time right now. It's my time occupied at center right now, brother. I want to hear, man. My oh, you want to my time right now, bro. Yeah, my time special right now, brother. Mine for the money and the money for the mind. Shit, them a pretty dollar sign. Them a pretty dollar sign. My mind is at a different place. We can't do them and it's too far from me. That's the problem. Maybe if it didn't near, like over there, we could have did it, but it's too far.
Yeah, unseen, I'm back. Cataract, oh my lord.
Mine is one. I have to deal with some people in the comment. Somebody put some in the comment a while ago. You know?
Oh,
Some
so none of my moderator them. Hey,
yeah, say. Yeah,
so the
simple one was blocked. Yeah, simple one.
um,
Somebody blocked him.
yeah, man. But
This one,
moderators, you
this up
can't run.
this up the man say, I can't learn.
Yeah. Sir, I don't appreciate those things on the channel. All right, whatever your issue is, this is not the place or the time. All right. Yeah. All right. So unseen. So again, let me get back to it. While you may be willing to go to your former school and deal with it free of cost, All right. Though you may be willing to go to your school and deal with it free of cost. Please understand this. That is the problem. That you have to go there and do it free of cost.
Why
The,
is
the,
that so?
huh?
Why is
But
that
that
so?
the issue is even a student a person who went to Kingston College or to Calabar or to JC or to some of the other Wolmers, some of the other dominant school programs, they are able to pay even their past student, like I said, to coach the team at the value that they are at. So let's give you an example. Kingston College had had Andrew Edwards as part of their whole setup, right? Coach Andrew Edwards as part of their whole setup. I think technical director are in that capacity. The point I'm making is that they had a head coach, they just had Ludlow Bernard, but they have such a comprehensive system. And while again, you and I agree, I don't have a problem with recruiting. What I have a problem with is this, is that all schools are not able to. So maybe the schools who are doing it should be in a different group because for most of them, they have unlimited resources. Somebody said it earlier on scene. If Jose Marino says to Kingston College right now, I am willing to come and coach Kingston College, I believe that they would find the resources to pay him. Because that, and nothing is wrong with that. Not many schools, not many schools do that. All right? And so this is not a beating. The other thing is that I like what Damak just said. The Mannings, have a lot of people who are millionaires, but they have no interest in giving back.
Why is that so?
Because it's your money, you have to give back to your school and see. There's no obligation to give
It's,
back to your
but
school.
you can't assume that it's just because they don't want to give back to their school. Suppose the administration turn them off. Think about it like that to the man, is man.
So what you're saying to me is that all the schools,
I'm not saying all the schools. You saying all the schools.
what are you saying?
What I am saying, man, is man, if you do a survey right now, 85% of the schools that are not doing well have limited resources is because the administration does not like or see sports as a main thing in them school. We
All
can
right,
win
so
up
let me
now
ask you a
and then.
question. Let me ask you a question, Unseen. Let me ask you a question. All right. How long has this administration, this principal, see, all right, so I'm going to give it to you. The reason why Oberlin has not been able to recruit the kind of talent to win Manning Cup is because of the principal. Let me just put it at that. Let's work with that scenario. How long?
Principals.
The, so every principal since the beginning of Oberlin up to this point has been the reason why the school has failed to win Manning Cup,
Not win Manning Cup, to have a chance to win Manning Cup.
to have a chance.
Right.
I put it to you that that is not accurate and seen.
Why? We can tell you, my school, ask anybody will go
Un,
balling.
unseen.
Make your number now, I make a call somebody, and then we tell you the
Unseen.
same thing.
But here's why I tell you that it's not accurate.
Go on.
Because Oberlin is not the only school that has not won Manning Cup.
Man is man, you use different term. I said, have a chance.
All right. And how many teams really have a chance to win Manning Cup?
If you ask them, everybody will enter them want win,
But wanting to win and having a chance to win is two
You
different
know,
things.
for them head, you know, for them head, them can say them have a chance.
Unseen.
Because from you enter something, you know, you will tell yourself, hey, I have a chance. If you don't enter, you don't have a chance. If you buy a lot of tickets, you know, you have a chance. But you know, and everybody will buy it to go win. But if you don't buy it, you don't stand a chance.
So, but if that is the case, then unseen, once Oberlin in the school, they have a chance.
Huh?
E- Even if the principal, based on your logic,
Right.
with the principal, resistance to people pumping in money into the program, Oberlin still have a chance, based on
Yeah,
your logic.
that's how him think. But him think him not know say him will put some other things in place. Other resources need to go in the thing them.
Hey, why me no know.
You get to me say man is man. Him just feel
No,
like say if you enter, I eat that. Him could just say, all right, PE teacher run the program and they might expect the best out of the program and if they not do well, we fire PE teacher and get somebody else and that's it. That's how them feel. That come down to understanding what you're supposed to do. And that this is the edge KC, Calabar, JC,
no,
Ulmas have over them these schools.
no, all right, unseen. You know why Charlie Smith can win Manning Cup?
Because Charlie Smith have administrators who believe in a proper program for sports, especially football, for football. Simple put. Man is man, I can guarantee you, if you were the
So,
principal of hold on, if you were the principal of Oberlin, football will do well. Am I right? Am I
oh,
wrong?
no, unseen. No,
You know
unseen.
what answer?
Unseen, may I answer you.
Answer me.
Mannings have always have principle that support their sporting program, and they have not won it. What are you talking
Man
about?
is man, I'm talking about you. I'm saying have a chance. I
Unseen,
never
if
say
I,
one, you know. I said have a chance.
but what I'm
A
saying to
good
you,
chance.
unseen, but you just said prior that every school have a chance.
No, I said that when them put them school in it, them will tell themselves them have a chance. I never said them have a chance. They will tell themselves them have a chance. Me ask you the question now.
What is the
If you
question?
was the principal
If
of
I were the
Oberlin,
principal of
I am
Manning,
saying, no, if you're the
hold on, no,
principal of
no,
Oberlin, no, no,
let me
no.
let
Hold
me
on.
answer you. Know, if I were the principal of Manning's, the same resources that were available last season would have been available as principal. The team still would not have won because this team get put up in hotel and all of that. Because it takes more than that unseen. You're competing against a Clarendon College in the DaCosta Cup who had all of their players from a particular academy
Man is
that
man.
have
Man is man. Put. All right, so yeah, debate say win. You just wait on winning only. Me a debate on giving a school a fair opportunity of even not winning but doing well. All right. So what I'm saying to you is
yeah.
management. If you were at Oberlin as the principal, Oberlin would stand a chance of doing well.
Okay, so what you're saying is that Oberlin, because remember, we're changing the conversation now. Because remember, I initially said that schools like, because where we're coming from, one thing with me and unseen, me keep track of my conversation, me not all over the place, you know.
Yeah, but you're not answering my question all now still. No.
What is the question?
I'm asking if you would agree with what I'm saying if you were at Oberlin doing the principal work or administrative work in terms of the football or
Would Oberlin have a chance?
Oberlin stand a chance with
How,
your
how,
perspective, with your ability of leading.
how they will have
I'm
a
just
chance?
asking.
How am I? I can't answer that hypothetical because I don't know the resources that Oberlin have now. How am I going to say they have a chance?
So that means saying you don't trust your leadership quality then.
But what you going to lead? Every leader must have something to lead. If I go there and nobody can play football, how am I going to say the team have a chance?
They not can recruit man is man.
So what? And where the resources are going to come for when I take somebody's kid from Saint Vincent and the Grenadines?
You as the leader would put things in place.
So you believe that if I go to Oberlin, I will be able to do that, so they must stand a chance in next season. When you talking about? Give me
Right.
some time.
That's what I'm saying.
Eh?
With what I know, no. Right? With what I know, listen, man. With what I know is there in terms of the things where you need as a leader, so you can have a chance. You know the well.
Unseen. First thing,
You know the well.
before you determine what you can manage,
Unless you not good enough.
unseen, unseen. So we have a call on line, but unseen. We don't want to stray from the discussion. So let me get back to what I'm saying. I answer the question. Let me get back. I said to you prior, because this is coming from you believe that Oberlin have the equivalent resources as
The Christian
Kingston.
today.
What?
The
You
Christian
know,
today.
all right, Ansi, me now have a discussion. Can you trivialize the thing, bro? Me not really have time for that today. Carla, welcome to the show.
Coach, myself, me can try, help Antin. You see, when Antin do, him a pay the thing with a broad brush and something that we can't do, right? And, and because him a coach, and if I him would do certain things if he was a principal, him can't expect everybody to be like him. All right, for example, when you ask him about Charlie, I don't know old boys make Charlie win. At the surrounding community make Charlie have a good team always every year. Because every player, every youth are born in a jungle or in a them player that we have talent. Most of them go Charlie. So if you notice, most of Charlie player them end up playing for Arnett, right? So when you look at the football in Jamaica, it is kind of set up like the Premier League where they school them with the most money tend to win every year, but it not always go so. 1 or 2 year another school can slip through and win.
There you go, sir.
So yeah.
That's
So
it.
I know, you know.
So
But we're still not explaining. You're still not explaining properly what me trying to say.
let me say to you, there may be a season, where out of the blues, you have some youth who grew up at Temple Hall, 10 of them. All right? Right, so 10 of them may come from Temple Hall, and all of a sudden, there's a generation of 10 players from Temple Hall play for Oberlin, and Oberlin excel. But to do what KC, JC, St. George's, these schools don't do it 1 year. You're talking about.
But what I'm saying, man, is man.
And see, let me finish and then you talk, and then we'll give you a time. This is over. Unseen a 34 champs KC winning. This is not. And here's the thing: KC win champs. I think the most champs, probably close to, are up there in terms of the Costa Cup, the cricket competition, all of these things. This thing is a whole system which a vast amount of resources that unseen. A few people at Oberlin, even with the right principle, would struggle to attain that level of success over such a long period of time. Even the schools.
No, man, is man. No.
Look at this. Remember, Wormwood was dominant at girls' champs. All of a sudden, off the radar. You can go back and look at schools who have had success and them gone. What KC, JC, and some of these big schools, Clarendon College, have been able to do is for years, my brother.
Why them continue to do it?
Now that we are trying
Because
to
of them program and them structure them put in place, man.
and see, if you have the best football program and you don't have the financial resources to sustain it, it can't work.
Yeah, but I say Oberlin have the financial resources to do it.
All right. Unseen, me I got ask you a question, right?
Yes.
If there's anything I can tell you to make you see it from a different angle.
No, because you will not explain what I say now. What I try to tell you is
you answer a question with a question. Me just ask you a question. If there's anything I can possibly say to you for you to see it from a different angle.
You can't say it, man. I'm trying to understand because I don't understand what man is man say.
All right. Let me show you a reason, right? If me I do something for 30 years, right? And me better than you, right? So more than likely, if me start with a 35 year, me I go still better than you at that 35 year. I'm not saying all the time, you know, but me say more than likely. Cause me I go, if you notice, this is just an example, right? Like Leicester pop up with the and win the league, right? In 2015.
Yeah, call up.
I think if you look into right, you see the youth them, yeah.
Yeah, man, go ahead, go ahead.
All right, if you and them with the all boys, 9 out of 10 times them are gonna do better in the boys thing them because them have more boys to choose from. And the girl them, the school them with the all girls, sometimes them are gonna tend to be better because them have more girls to choose from. So unseen, the principal now have nothing to do with it. It's just that some all right, the fastest man.
Yeah, man, but principal have to do it. That's crazy.
Well, I know unseen the fastest man a champ for the you know a Black River and come from and him go to school at town.
Bro,
KST is something that well, I'm not finish now. KST is let me just finish now. KST is something in I'm planning to go primary school. Because I start first farm at KST. Most people now think we are headlight KST, brother. Them just better at what them do. So principal come. Them just have something better.
So that's the point where I have to take the principal, prepare a structure for these scouts at KC to do that. Him sign off on the paper and say, hey, whosoever responds to this in the old boy association, make sure say me get the best come on my school. Who balling that?
Unseen, you're missing the
point. So unseen,
let me beat you. Let me beat you. Let me just ask, hold on, caller, don't move. Unseen, answer Chris Wayne. Chris Wayne says, beside you, who is another famous graduate from Oberlin with money?
What do you for them, man? What do you for them? Man, the rich army, rich. How much? How much?
All right,
man, is man.
Let me send this team. Let me send this team my hang up. Let me tell you what.
Can you not understand what
I Let me just say this to you. Let me tell you.
Can make understand what I say? Because you get your time for me understand what I say. Me can make understand what I say?
Hold on, caller.
Let me say this.
No, man, it's unfair, man. If you're talk, unfair.
Unseen, let the caller talk. You're going to have your time to talk. He's going to listen to the program, so he will hear you. Let him finish up.
May I say this to you, Unseen, let me show you a thing, right? Unseen, me don't know the percentage, but a lot of people leave high school and they've watched Man in Copper care about what their high school do. See? Like some trap, let me tell you something, Unseen. It's like a school like Mona. All right, hold on. If I listen to you now, it's like a school like Mona, them not have no good old boy system. If I never Phoenix, them won't go nowhere. But KSC and certain school have some good old boy and GSC and all of that. So I know everybody are going to leave and think and follow up their school, you know. So you can't depend on that for your school do good. So I'm going to listen to you now.
All right, caller, big up yourself. All right, Ansi, let me say to you, because you make unruly straight. Come take my point. Here's what I'm going to say. You see what you just said, Unseen, is the problem with certain schools. Here is the problem. You say if the principal, a lot of the other schools, the bigger schools, it is the past students who determine these things. The principal must confirm.
The principal must confirm to nothing.
Unseen, let me tell you this. You think when the Kingston College All Boys Association say they want, let me call her name, Himir Hal Grimson to coach KC, they put together everything that they're going to do. You think the principal can tell them that can happen at Kingston?
Of course, he can't tell that happen. The man have a choice, man.
And see, you know, me realize you go over and you don't understand how big school work.
Man is man.
You don't understand how big school work.
The change of principal at Calabar. How much player have to run and go a difference? Tracksman have run and go on different school when the principal
And see, yeah, that's not a big school.
And
Piney
that's
is
what I
on
said.
the school.
So Calabar in a big school.
Hold on there, hold on
You
there,
don't
hold
want
on
to
there,
answer my
Unseen.
question.
Hold on, no, we have a, Unseen, we have a call, and me not, yet, hold on.
Continue. Yeah.
Piney, welcome to the show again.
Yep, to come back because me there listener, you tell me to listen and call back. And unseen.
Unseen, the man I talk to you, know.
I hear him, man.
No man, then how you going like your best with Mr. Brother?
No, me I hear Piney, man. When you talk about Piney, when you go ahead. But more I make sure say if you well I know.
Hey, well I know. Major League Baseball tell the players that if here this is a rule, if a fan you even catch a fan having sleeping with your wife, you cannot attack him when he comes to the game. Don't put your hand on the fan. I am a fan here of you and the show. So don't act like a beg with me and the afternoon that talk to your fan.
Yeah, man. So me not answer you, man, but you know what me answer you.
You take too long to answer me. That's why I'm in
Oh, all right. So you are going now. If you're going to debate with me, make sure me get a chance to answer your question.
Yeah, man. No,
right.
well, you might me I got me have a little room. I just say you know wrong. Wait,
When I hear me so good, you know.
can I hear me good?
Yeah, your volume kind of a little low, Piney.
Let me see if we can turn up the phone.
Yeah, man, we are hearing better now.
Okay, it can turn down. I'm up on the speaker. Yeah. So when me I say now, you know, still it is not a problem. Right? For a school in a Kingston, go all the way to Manchester. This is high school. You're from Kingston, you go all the way to Manchester, and you go and you try to find, you try to recruit the best athletes from down a mother to come here with you at Kingston. When you take him to Kingston, who is responsible for him? Who taking care of him and all these other things that's needed to be done? I don't believe that any high school matter should be going out of, like the Papi in high school. Papi in high school should be recruited players in years because that's who we feel for people in Papi and around Papi, Godstown, Augustown, Kentshire, Upper Maryland, up around here. So how comes now we have so much kids idling in this because we don't have space that school and teacher to teach them. Don't tell me say it's okay for Papi to come and recruit a kid from Papi because he can run to bring him here. And now when you bring him here, who you bringing here with? Has his parents moved to Jamaica to take care of him and his welfare because these are underage students? How that work? That's what I ask.
Unseen.
I can't answer him question. I'm not here, so I heard them. You know. I don't hear
He's,
some.
Everything man.
yeah, man, he's asking about when the schools take the kids, like from a rural area to Kingston. Who, and I mean, who is responsible for those kids? Who is going to be responsible for them?
The school will be responsible for them. The school will be responsible
Well,
for it.
all right now, coming back to this now. This is college we're going to talk about. I do get from New Jersey all the way to get a scholarship to go to a college and play football. He was the number one, the best player in American football up to in race in a January. Get kill a girl and 2 people lost their life, and now he is out of the draft, might not even get a chance to play in the NFL. And all kind of things. He might get drafted because I don't think everybody going past him. But the money I go down because in that draft. So how this school cannot, a college cannot respond to the for Darius Miles coming from Maryland and going to school in Alabama and shooting, bringing a gun and shooting him and his friend, shoot a young lady and kill him. So how we are telling me now, how come high school, Kingston College and CC and KC and CC are going to respond to these students? No, we're not using them to play sports and after sports, so no, have nothing to do with them after them done practice and all this. Sometimes we don't think coach about them. It's not clear. Let the youth them run a spoil around a North Street around the South Africa. Around them to recruit. And who pass exam to go to KC. Because you know, so when we are at Jamaica, youth from Manchester never take exam to go KC. Them take exam to go Decatur College in Manchester. I am 2 months ago. And I think 2 months was a private school. So private school can from Manchester, you know, in a Kingston, you know. But that was supposed to happen at that year with my tax money brother.
All
I
right.
have a problem with that. I have a problem with people who come there and I rob our Jamaican system with them to get that. And that may come back to report. So I can't see the man with the overland high school and you deal with that. And you have you and them you come trouble out of life to encourage to go to school. And a man from Africa come and take me. That's how we're
All right, Piney. So listen to Unseen.
Oh yeah man, make me just see if I chat because you get a rocket that come back. That we want to hear and you want that and
Hey, the man gone for a different thing. The man worse.
Piney.
Yo, the man worse than me, brother.
All right, so Unseen, back to you now. Go ahead.
Man is man, Piney. Worse than the man, mix up 50 God out of our car. But anyway, let me see if we can say something when maybe we can add something. So I not agree with what I say, but schools should them can go anywhere all over the world, go anywhere they want to go. As long as the rule permit them to get them talent anywhere they can go, them can do it, and the amount of them to get. I don't have no problem with them doing that. You understand what I say? So I not really understand where I come from with it because Jamaican system are two different systems from college system. Our college sports in every country is different from high school. The rules them different, not true, man. And the way of thinking is different from both of them because they're two different levels. So,
so let me get you back to where we were, right? So because I don't want you to be sidetracked, because I want you to stick back to that, and I want to give you a fair opportunity to speak to the matter.
you're not giving a fair opportunity.
No, I'm going to give you a time to speak. So what we are saying to you is that the more dominant school in schoolboy sport, are the schools that the old boys or the past student association voices are even more powerful than the principal. The fact that you are saying to me the principal at Oberlin can dictate certain things is telling me that Oberlin is exactly what I say. A small school that cannot compete with the other schools because the other school, the voices of the old boys are so powerful that the very board that selects the principal will see to the principal's removal, that grants and fundings will be removed, that school could be stripped bare of all its financial resources to manage not just sports but even other educational things. The thing is different at Oberlin. There is no comparison whatsoever with schools like Oberlin and the more powerful sporting schools in Jamaica.
So man, so the question is to you now, why is that so?
Let me just tell you.
You know why is it so?
No.
Because Kingston College.
I'm
Right?
not Kingston College alone.
Well, not because by law, the board and the principal, the board members and the principal have the most power in the school. That's the way it's supposed to work by law. Right? By law. The board, the past student.
What law says that? What law says that? Tell me the law what says that.
Money's man.
You say it is by law. Tell me the law. What law? Where can I find that reading?
The board can't find the principal.
What?
So easy, you know. The board can't find the principal unless him do something like child molestation.
All right, let me listen.
You have different ways you can get people out of them job. You can strip him of funds, but you can't fire the man so like take the paper and say, yo, don't come back tomorrow. Education act man is man.
Duclan just give us something.
No, but the reality. So what you are telling me now, what the old boys them do? Illegal.
Oh, so what And anyway, Ryan, what are the old boys doing?
So for example, if I'm the principal, I'm gonna say, hey, old boys association, it's my way or the highway. And you will say, all right then.
And see, most of the time the principal will leave.
Well, I'm gonna finish talk. I'm gonna stop you money until you move out, come out of the issue. I'm gonna start force them to come out because I'm stop give you funds. I stop recruit, so the school start look bad. So I go down. And then me say, all right then, them a force. Them a see my thing, they step out of the work. And me resign and come out of the work. But the old boys, them can't take up a paper management and go so. Come out of the job. They cannot do it. Them now have the power they to write on the paper and say, come out of the job, principal. They cannot do it.
All right, go ahead, Ryan, because maybe you can help Unseen. Unseen, Ryan did ask if you want to come and coach Excelsior for free this season.
Ryan can't help me with nothing. What you say now?
Ryan, let me see. Your time.
Me pass that stage, Ryan. We go live on people compound. Me not did that level again, brother. Pass the level.
No.
Talk to me.
This one, Unseen.
Give me one house outside of the school.
Unseen. So you would you live up a mountain view for rivers?
Is it on the school compound?
No.
Eh?
No.
Too much shot for your mountain view. We can't buy them place.
You know the hotel up a mountain view?
Yo, we're there now. One place where no chair and no furniture there, brother. We can't hear you.
But anyway, listen to that. But Unseen, listen, bro. You see, most top school in Jamaica were strong at sports and thing, old boy association who run the thing. So me talk about Excelsior. I'm seeing just there nearly 2 hours, brother. Just give me a time now. Let me DJ my song, brother. Can I DJ my song?
No, yeah, you can DJ a song, but when you say me agree with it.
Unseen, me have to mute you. Hold on, man.
No, hold on, man. Me I tell him say where you say me agree with it. So continue.
So let the man finish now, man. Let me mute you. Ryan, go ahead. So, Unseen, you see, your school Oberlin, the problem is with Oberlin. The principal is not a big school, brother, where the old boy association have that strong of the powers. Just and see, you see up at Excelsior, anything the old boy said, that have to goes, bro. You understand? And most of the time, when the principal them go to the school, the old boy association them have saying, bro, who become the principal and all of them thing there. You don't just get principal, so most of them top school that women know. You get the message? Because if you now agree with the old boy, them I say, and them must spend the money in the school, not have the money, you know. So if Kingston College, all of them old boy for pull and say them now support, where the principal will get money? All of these top school will compete, and the old boy association run them with their money and things. So them have to listen. You get what I say? I don't mean that disrespect where them are going to bully the principal. No, they're not going to do that. But the principal have a level of understand to know, say, yo, them man are the real man who are really spend the money. You get what I say? So when you say old boy association, and they really run the thing and see. You get what I say? And then this thing now with the free. Imagine you are gearing. Who don't know who are Jamaica say they want to coach a team for free and them not gear. Who you say you want to coach your permanent school for free and them not gear. That means that them not believe in you to take the football. Next level. I'm just joking and see. I'm just joking. Yeah, DJ Shaq and see.
So the program, no football never play. So no coaching are the problem. No football program never go on. So man answer your question. So you understand what I'm going.
But he's a tracks coach too. So you can't. What I know, Ansi, imagine. What I know, man, Ansi,
And see, imagine, when I'm not answering, imagine other parts overlaying high school students where you can teach, remember, you can teach PE, you can coach track and field, you can coach football. You see how much field you help them out with. Remember, they overlaying understand what they might get. They might get one person who can do 3, 4 different jobs. You understand? So, you need to make that.
Me I try to make you understand something, Ryan, but you don't understand what I say.
Unseen.
What me I-
Go ahead now, unseen. Go ahead. Yeah.
Man is man. I don't know if you maybe we listen to you because you are one like a godfather. You know, sometimes people listen to other people and then we understand. Because if me maybe talk, him not gonna listen or understand what I say. But when I say I can make him understand what I say. Right?
Yeah, man, yeah.
It's not about who is the better coach or who is coach. The program never start, none at all. That's what I say to you. Not even track and field, not even go on. Oberlin's a school always win Eastern champs, bro. I don't know if you know that. That even track and field go on. So is that a fact say yo, Oberlin can get any coach in Jamaica for coach up there better. If they
So
want
unseen. Not say that unseen. Oberlin can't get any coach in
any
Jamaica.
coach to teach up there because of
Unseen.
money. And
Unseen.
money they can pay them.
Unseen is
Money
not
is man. Just relax on this
unseen.
man. Say no man is man.
Unseen. Just no. I have to start on a point of
Me just
order.
can't understand how
Unseen.
you
Certain
can
coaches
agree
and
with me I say.
unseen. No matter what money is available, some coaches are not going to certain schools. Go ahead, unseen.
Man is man. What me I try to say to you say, if Oberlin decides say them gonna pay a coach, say 200,000 a month, that simply means that that principal there is in believing in the sports and him gonna set a program in place where the coach can excel. That's all I say.
But the coach don't believe in the school. Unseen, you're telling me, unseen, what you're trying to tell me that Lenny Hyde would leave Clarendon College to coach up at Oberlin. And I say to you, no.
Once him see a structure and people are back him. And him can get the resources, him can get the players in. He might go take the job because more money and him see where him can do something and win. For example, Mr. Gart Gale is a KC old boy. Mr. Gart Gale got their Charlie Mount as principal. Right? Hold on. Mr. Gart Gale got a manager for the football team. Right? The manager believe in the principal. The principal set the program and say, hey, you're responsible for the running of the Doncaster Cup team. The manager now recruit him coaches, Meeks, Mr. Parchment. Right?
Who named Mr. Parchment?
Me, Mr. Javan Parchment, Unseen Sport, Talk Box. Right? Him recruit me for the fitness department and therapy, massage therapy, and injury management. Right? And sometime in the role as an assistant coach as well. Cool? So the principal make sure say him put that in place. Right? Because he want to win. Him is a KC old boy, but him there Charlie Mount. So him understand winning and him know if to do the set a program so the school can build a history.
Unseen. Let me just I'm going to take the content. Who was the head coach?
Kevin Meeks.
All right, so unseen. Big up yourself. Meeks, big up yourself, my bro. But are you suggesting?
Stop me already.
No, man. You're finishing up. Remember where you. All right. Go ahead and see. Go ahead and talk. Sorry, sir. Go ahead. Finish what you say.
Can't win. We cannot win, man. Because I'm going to go in and stop me. Right. So, with that, the manager then now, the principal then say, hey, manager, I'll give you 20 spaces. Go and get the best players across Jamaica in. That's what the principal told the manager. The manager can't just go. Not care how much money we have and just go get the players them and say. Vice principal, put them boy in the school. The vice principal can oppose and say, that boy now pass in Duns. I don't want him bring down the school. If him level understand, he can have a read. When I do him in school, I bring down the school. Right? They can do that. And them have a case, then we win you. Now the principal say, vice principal, work with the manager because this and this. Right? The manager then get 20 spaces in, 20 boys in, who can play, who can knock the ball, who can pass the ball and put them in the school. The coach then start work with the players, get them up to par. The end result of the whole thing is that over him, Charlie Mount stand a chance 2018 to win the Costa Cup. They did not win the Costa Cup, but they won Ben Francis Cup. And it was because of the principle and his implementation, his structure that he put in place, that over Charlie Mount could have did that, right? So that's simple what I'm saying, man.
All right. So you're finished, right? Want to
Right.
make sure that I'm not. All right. Number one, unseen. We spoke about Oberlin providing financial resources to a coach, and the coach will go there because of the principal plan. You use an example of Meeks when we were talking about the big coaches going there. That's one. All right. Number two, which is not a fair comparison,
Of course.
because okay, so all right, so you put Meeks in one of the big coaches in Jamaica category, because that is the original point you're coming from. You put him in that. That's
No,
fine.
you are create something different, you know.
But
You
I
talk
am not.
about the role and responsibility of a principal.
Let me say it to you again. This conversation started after Ryan ended. When Ryan ended, the conversation was about you bringing up $200,000 as
Right,
pay.
right.
I said to you that even the biggest coaches are not going to go there for $200,000.
Right.
You immediately brought up the Gale person, the manager, and Meeks,
And
and what
myself.
and yourself. I am
Right.
saying to you, you guys got the job because, in my estimation, when I think about the categories of big coaches, you guys don't fall in there, and
A
that is
fool
me.
take over. A fool take over. A fool him take over people.
Okay,
Me
if you
take up the job because me see. No care if me a big coach. Me take up the job because me think that the school
you
can
miss,
win something. That's why me take the job, you know. A track and field, me the coach, you
all
know,
right,
and
but
I prepare my
and
athletes. And the
and
man then see me.
unseen. So all right, fine. So unseen,
Fool take
you
over.
believe that you and Meeks are in the category of big coaches in
Of
Jamaica.
course.
You believe that,
Of course.
and I'm saying that is fine. When I think about who are the big coaches in Jamaica, I don't believe you guys fit in that category.
No
Respect.
problem. That's your opinion.
That's my opinion. So that's fine. So let's leave that. All right. Now let's come back to your example now, and let's go back to your example. The same issue keep on coming up in your conversation, which is, you just said it, the principal love football. Because of that, you say he's a KC pass student. Because of
Right.
that, he got a manager and he set a program. And Charlie Mount, right?
Yes.
They had some success, though they didn't win. Kudos. Let me finish, now, man.
Go on, go on.
That's one time in how many years they have done that. Though the principal,
Go on.
though the principal has remained. Hold on, let me finish. All right, because Donovan Duke, I believe, went there and they didn't have they didn't win anything. All right, so here's the thing. Unlike the example that you just used, where the principal brought in the manager, the principal had to provide, according to you, 20 spaces. The principal had a love for the sport. The principal comes out of the winning culture from KC. I put it to you that any principal that goes to one of our elite schools in Jamaica, any principal, whether they like football or not, the decision of who manages the team will be done under the direction of their all boys.
association predominantly. The idea of spaces in the school is something that they, along with the coach, that they are going to bring to the principal, will determine how many spaces, and the principal and vice principal create those spaces for the program to do well. In other words, the direction don't come from the principal to the old boys, but the old boys and the board, who normally is made up of old boys from the said school, dictates what happens in our traditional big schools. And that's just the reality. Can Oberlin have some success one day? Possibly. But to consistently do those kinds of things, you need to kind of have the systems like some of the bigger schools.
So that me I say, man, is man. That me I say, Oberlin just need the old boys or the board of director who select the principal to select a sports oriented principal all the time who will follow the program that is set in place to do well. And that is the problem. The board of director who select the principal all the while, them select anybody who just don't believe in a sports, and that is the problem. No, at KC, well, I know man, at KC would never select a principal like what Oberlin select to run them school.
But who
Because
select,
that
hold on, who select the principal?
the old boy them interview, not the old boy, the board of director interview the principals.
All
For
right.
the job.
So unseen. Do you understand why some schools will not be able to catch up with KC?
Yes, because of their structure that they put in place.
All right. They will not be able to catch up with KC.
Is that right?
Because here is what your example, unseen, here's the thing, keeps on pointing to the influence of the principal.
Of course.
When the schools that we're speaking about, it is not the influence of the principal that dictates what happens in the school.
Sure. Mine's one. I understand, say the big school them thing done put in place already. So any principal will come in have to follow suit if they want to keep them job. If they want to keep them job, are not being forced out of the job. Right? What I'm saying to you, man, is that KC can interview a principal, say, tomorrow. And him go in there and him say, yo, I love sports. Yo. Anything want to say, hit me, I go run with. Yeah, man. And when him go in it, when him go in the job, hold on. When him go in the job, man, it's a total different thing. And KC start job in terms of performance, everything. Him recruit the worst coaches, him do everything wrong. And the man them say, hey, you gotta plug it, you gotta pull resources, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. You need to resign. But what I'm saying to you, man, is that the old boys don't have no power in taking that contract, and go with that pen and say, come out of my job.
We have been telling you from the beginning of the discussion in so many ways that the reason why some schools are small schools is because the old boys, like the names that you just put up on your phone a while ago, and say all of these people, they don't have any influence.
Because of how Oberlin structure them things, and that's why I tell you the structure of the schooling that make the difference, man. So you don't agree with that?
What is the difference with the structure?
You just want disagreement with everything.
What is the difference with the structure at Oberlin and the structure at Kingston College?
What's the difference? All right. So the board of director up here who recruits the principal or who interview the principal and give them the job, they are sports orientated or they're affiliated with are sports orientated is one.
No.
Hold on,
Let,
no man,
let,
let me finish
let me
now.
just let you. No, I want you to explain to the which one of the scenarios are you describing? KC or Oberlin? That's all I'm asking you.
I'm saying KC.
So describe the KC
Right.
structure.
So the board of director, right? Either it is made up of
No, don't tell me who it's made up of. Just
all
describe.
right,
Just tell me.
them
The
all right,
board
they
of
make
director,
up
then what? After the board of director, then what?
after the board of director, then principal.
Principal, then
Yeah.
what?
Then you have the vice principal,
Vice principal.
right? Then you have the then you have the what them calling people again, man, at the school
Me
again.
don't know. You tell me. Are you
You have
describe the board?
the coordinators,
So you have board of directors, principal, vice principal, coordinators.
right? Then you
Yeah.
have senior teacher and something
Senior
like that.
teachers.
Something come down. Then you
All
have
kind of something.
great
All right.
coordinator. You have great coordinator come
Yeah,
right down
great
to
coordinator. Blah blah
finish.
blah. All right.
Blah blah.
Fine. All right. What is the Oberlin structure?
The overall structure,
Yeah.
same thing.
So the so the
Overall
both
structure, same thing. But the
but both
difference is the different people in terms of what them love or what them like or what them want to see
no
about
no
the school.
here so here's the
Because
thing. So both schools, according to you, have the same structure.
in terms of how the school system set up coming down.
So both
But the
schools.
difference now, man, is what them like or what them want to see at them school do, what them want to participate in.
So in other
That's the
words, the board the board of directors at Oberlin, based on your description of what the structure is at Oberlin and Kingston College, the board of directors don't love the sport. That means the principal don't love the sport.
No, that means them select them can select
So the board
anybody.
of directors don't love the sport. They are not people who love the sport.
Right.
So they select a principal who don't love sport.
I never say them select a principal, them select anybody. Them can select one principal one day who love sports.
They selected a principal who loves sport.
They listen to them man, they can them randomly select
No,
them
I'm
can
talking
select.
about what is happening now.
No, so where them select now, them select a principal who don't love sports.
So the
Simple.
board of directors at Oberlin selected a principal who don't love sport.
Right, simple.
And so because of that, the past student
The youth them
association,
suffer.
the
And the
past
past
student
association to have
association,
attack.
all right, the past student association at Oberlin has no influence
Right.
over what happens in the school. That is why I'm saying they're a small school.
But me never say nothing wrong with that. Them a small school in that case that, until them can. But what me I say to you is that Oberlin can become a big school. That me I say to you, you say them cannot be.
How are they going to become a big school?
No. What them for try, what we are trying to know right now is to get past student involved in the selection of the principal. So that means they're going to the board of director, no? I'm going to be a part of the board director. That's why I try to get influence in the top place who select the principals.
So, Unseal, again, let me come to it.
That me I
This
try
is
to
why KC is powerful. You said the Oberlin.
say PC not powerful.
Let me finish now, man. Listen this. If, according to you, your past student had resources, your past students will occupy the board and have influence. I put it to you
Look at
that
Mommy's
the
car.
Oberlin High School people you're talking about, them have no influence. That
But
is why the
them not that's why I say the same thing. But I agree with them on his man, they not influence to the board because none of the
So
past
really
them
and
allow
truly, what
sports
you're
in the
saying to me,
board. None of the
really,
past students
really
who
and
love
truly,
sports is in the board.
what you're saying to me is that everything that I was saying from beginning, you agree with.
No, what I'm saying to you is that none of the past students that love sports
Then
are
if
in
you
sport.
agree with everything that we are saying, I'm
And that's
saying,
what
what
I
are
just say,
we
look
even
on this
arguing
man.
about?
There's no past student that love sports are on the board of directors.
No.
Rest the
No.
case.
And I never asked you that. Listen, you showed you showed us your phone with
Right.
past students on it. And you were talking about the amount of resources financially. We're talking
Them
about
up.
like,
For them, disposable funds. Yeah, go on.
all right, hey, hold on there. Carla, welcome to the show, Peter. We need to take a break. Let me
Yeah,
me have cool off my brain. my brain,
yeah.
my brain are
Greeting.
fried.
Greetings, unseen. Greetings, money.
Big up.
Hey, unseen. I think you're going too deep, you know. All right. I don't know how KC principal is selected these days. I really don't have no idea about that.
Mm-hmm.
When I went to school, the school was founded by Bishop Gibson. He was a reverend, and you notice the school have a chapel. And every I think it was every Friday we used to have to attend chapel. Now I leave school a long time. I hate to say it, Bridget, but I guess I need to say it. I left school in 1980. I'm a part of the KC Old Boys Association.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
No, it's simple. Old Boys Association chapters in any major country and city you can think of. We have an association. Some chapter we have the Atlanta chapter, we have the this, we have the that, we have the New York, blah. You name it, we have it. Within that structure, we have, like for me, class of 1980, which is my group. We put on fundraisers, we do a lot of things, and we donate to the school.
Right.
You have class of 1973, just
Why am I break up someone, man?
the other day give something to the school. You have class of this, class of that, you name it. And then you have the order. You not hearing me, Auntie?
Yeah, man, we hearing you. Go ahead. We hearing you now.
All right. Yeah, did you hear everything I said about the
we hearing you.
association? Yeah, all right. Let me put a little more perspective on this unseen. Maybe you can understand. The KC won champs for 14 years, 14 consecutive years. That time the 5. My numbers might be slightly off. KC never had to recruit. KC did not recruit. In fact, when I went to KC, there was no recruiting. The people who came to KC from other school was people who want to come there, right? And so we accept them if the grades were good. You talk about sports loving principal.
Yeah.
Let me know if you're hearing me now.
Yeah, man, we hearing you. No, man, we hearing you, man.
All right. Yeah, you talk about sports loving principal. Sports loving principal. When I went to KC, there was a lot of students that went to KC who did not represent the school. In fact, some of them end up at other schools. They end up at there, they end up at... Because once they reach 5th form, if they don't get the grades to go to 6th form, they get kicked out of school no matter who they are. And some of them went on to represent other schools because they could not repeat at KC because we were a school where if your academics is not up to scratch, you cannot compete for the school. And so it has nothing to do with sports loving, principal or anything else. Just sheer numbers alone, right? KC have 2 campuses. I don't know if you're aware of that, Unseen. Are you aware of that?
Carla. I'm coach, you know.
KC have 2 campuses.
No, the man never ask if you're a coach and see the man ask if you're aware that KC have 2 campuses. Just say yes or no.
No, Mr. Make him know so him can think, him can understand.
No, Unseen. Unseen. Did you know? Hold on.
Unseen know everything we want at the 14th parish when it come out.
Unseen, Lord have mercy. Unseen just Unseen. Do you know? Did you know that KC have 2 campuses?
Man is man, all the baby just born know that.
Unseen. Did so you do you know?
Man, some people don't know.
Do you know
some
Unseen?
People don't know.
All right, hold on. Where are the 2 campuses?
Man is man, I have to know them there. Them tell me so them have 2 campuses.
Where?
So knowing we know North Street, one the North Street. What I'm saying, man is man. You play football for over them. You go North Street, go play them.
You go North Street.
All right, South Street. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
All right, continue, call.
And see, the school is so big that we have 2 campuses, right? In terms of population. And see, how many students go to Oberlin? Off the top of here.
Well, 2 bills, 2 grand. Sorry.
About 2 grand? Okay, that's a lot.
2,000?
You sure, Unseen?
Unseen, 2,000 kids.
Yeah, when we go Oberlin, I do about 2,000.
What?
Yeah, man.
Really?
Unseen?
Oberlin that big? You sure?
2,000?
What do you mean Oberlin big enough? Oberlin big enough? Alright, so I got a class at Oberlin. I have to walk from way down and Green got to cave, go way up the hill, go way around so. Because they make one hill and go down so.
And 2,000?
Yeah, when I got over about that. I'm not accurate, maybe 1,000. You ask me, say, on top of my head. I mean, I give you a figure. So, in a past
Yeah,
2,000.
2,000 sound a lot.
No,
In a
Because
past 2,000. But 1,8, 1,9, 1,7. Some of this.
what?
Yeah. Only pop it me. They might try to cut it down
yeah,
now
all right,
still.
unseen. When I
They might
graduated
try to cut
from
it down now
KC,
still.
Go ahead, Carl.
let me do a quick calculation. Hold on. 14, hold on a second. Let me do a quick calculation. So I'm gonna get nothing wrong. So, okay, when I graduated from KC, roughly fifth form, we're talking about fifth form, roughly 500 of us graduated. We had 14 fifth form. At the time, we had a shift system. We had 7 fifth form in the day shift and 7 fifth form in the evening shift. We don't have no shift system anymore. But just think about that. 500 of us, fifth form only. So my point is, based on sheer numbers alone, is one reason why. Remember, it was a boys' school, Remember, we don't have no girls, We didn't have girls. So even if you have 2,000 students, that's split between girl and boy. So when it comes on to sports, KC, just by sheer numbers alone. Now, I can call out some names, who went to KC that did not play Manning Cup, And it's not because I'm never good, it's because the sheer numbers of people. Manning's man, Martin Batts, very good player. I don't know if you know who Martin Batts is, Ansi. Martin Batts and I graduated the same year. Martin Batts did not play Manning Cup, went on to play for Constant Spring, I think he won National League, played with Roman Christian.
No,
There are many more stories
Constant
like
Spring,
that.
they went to the finals, but they never won.
They never won. There are many athletes that went to KC in all different sports.
Let me ask you, what is the call of point?
My point is, Oberlin is no matter what you do with selecting principal and doing your board and recruiting, you cannot match KC, brethren. This is one of the reasons for their success, just based on sheer numbers alone. In fact, KC can win champs without recruiting. I don't know why they recruit. I had this discussion on my group site one time. I said, you guys don't need to recruit. There's no need for it.
Recruit, man.
KC win champs.
We can't win champs again and recruit.
KC don't have to recruit, brethren.
Of course, man. We can't win champs and recruit.
How many?
Africa for the African them.
And see, 14
How
years
old is it Africans?
KC won champs. There was no recruiting. How many athletes we recruit? Tell me how many athletes we recruit.
Who?
Tell me. Off the top of your head. You know, forgive me that. Huh?
Who?
2. You said 2, right?
KC work with the whole heap of Africans.
No. This champs. How many recruitment was in this champs?
All right. So
give me a number.
So here what I'm going to do now. I'm going to get the recruitment what them do. The students, they want to pass the KC, want to go for and get them fridge and stove and block and cement. All right?
Answer. Answer one simple question.
Unseen, keep your credibility. Don't get into that, man.
Yeah, the champs that just finished. How many Africans, how many Grenadians? Just
we
tell me.
Can't get off my bed. We cannot do that. We're not getting a number. Last time we gave a number, I said.
All right.
We're not getting more 2,000.
So, all right. They'll give you what me think it is, right? I don't know, okay? I'm being honest. So let's say, how many athletes KC have? Let's say KC have about 60 athletes, right? Does that sound fair? Man,
no, man, about 100 odd, man. Some of them don't make it.
100 odd, all right. So out of that 100 and odd, how much you think recruits are at KC? 5, 6, 10?
Yes, sir?
Probably 5, right? Probably 5.
But the recruit, how much we think they still want to give a number? I don't know, but I'm going to say majority of the 100 odd.
My point is KC win champs by 66 or 67 points. All right, if you take out the recruits and take out the amount of points they gave us, we don't need recruits to win champs. I tell you that.
No, but what I say to you is that.
No, call up, because when you say recruit, remember say the school don't just recruit from overseas. They get other athletes that come into the schools at second form and third form that go, which is recruitment as
And
well.
first farm too
And
is
first form as
recruitment.
well, where they go and they give
Yeah.
spaces in the school. So you cannot say they don't. I don't agree with that.
Unless something drastically changed, man, we always had just a handful.
No, I can tell you the
4,
school.
5, 6,
I can
right?
tell you the school that really recruits. Woolmans.
Right.
Woolmans, but KC, no man, KC recruit, man. KC.
They don't need to. I don't know why they do it.
What?
They don't
No man,
need
they have to recruit, man.
Carla, we can explain something, you understand?
Listen, Carla, right now, Peter,
Yeah.
I will agree with Unseen on this. How Champs is right now, if you don't go and find some guys for your class 3, if you don't go into the primary school and find the top athletes at primary champs and prep school champs, meet with their parents and say, listen, whatever school you pass for, we want you at KC. You're going to have problems. And that's for all the schools, the top schools.
No,
Heidel,
let me
Edwin
tell you
Allen.
something, boy.
Man, mash him up.
Let me tell you something.
Hold on,
Let me tell you something about Casey. Hold on, Ansel, before you say that, I'm going to tell you something about Casey, right?
Jesus.
You see, a lot of these, no, I'm going to make it talk. See, a lot of the young, talented, to that if they go to KC, their chances of being on the big scene and getting a scholarship, etc. So a lot of them we don't really have to recruit. They want to come there.
But it is no, Carla.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
And Unseen, I'm saying this. Unseen is right on this because here's the thing: if you come and say, listen, you can come to KC. While I want to go to KC, I did not pass for KC.
Right.
I passed for Arden. Right? JC could have provided those opportunities. St. Diego provided those opportunities. But I go to KC. That is recruitment. Even if I would love to go to KC, it is recruitment. So that I would
But let's bring it back there.
Yeah.
Let's dial it back then to the original thing. All right. So on top of the sheer numbers that KC have, KC is doing a big recruitment campaign, right? That's what you're saying, correct? In addition to the sheer numbers we have. And the Old Boys Association.
All the top schools
right
are big recruiting schools. From grade 7 all the way up to 6th form. All the top schools.
Right. So my point is, let's take all of that. My point is, Unseen, that is even more of a reason why Oberlin will never be able to compete with KC. You don't have an athlete out there who wants to go to Oberlin enough.
I agree with what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I agree with that. But unless them change them structure and do a structure where the old boys are going to be involved and call the shots. They will
never be able to compete with KC.
Right. No, not compete. They will play them and beat them one season. Yes, but them now can't win the titles they're going to win unless them change them system and build and winning the titles. That's all I say, Carla. But when we educate them, me give me a chance.
Go ahead. Yeah.
No. Yuri Lawrence never passed the KC. John Marcus White, we take him from Spanish Town High School in grade 5.
Spanish Town High School in grade 5?
Spanish Town Primary, in grade 5. Correction. Spanish Town Primary in grade 5. I'm going to go again. And Kume Boaji, St. Elizabeth, he never passed the KC. I can continue. I can go along and get
you
all
the top
points.
You sure Kume never passed?
He never passed the KC. He never passed the KC.
Okay.
But he was recruited by KC.
Okay.
There's some other kids from Belmont Park.
Unseen. The man saying that Lawrence did pass a KC.
Who said that?
That me try to tell you, Bridget.
No, man. Never pass KC. No, make them tell you. Show me that paper there. Me, Coach Lawrence, are sent to St. Catherine. When I'm going to Nagazet Primary, me coach him for St. Catherine parish team. Talk to me, come to me, show me the facts there.
Which school did he pass for?
You don't know the school when he passed for.
But you don't know.
He never passed the KC. He never passed the KC.
But you don't know, you can't say that.
He never passed the KC.
You never know unseen because you just said
No,
that
but
you don't
Dre
know.
Fortis have a show with say yo, rain.
But unseen, you say you don't know if he pass a Casey.
No, me say him never pass the KC, but we
But,
know
but
which
you
school
don't
him
know what
pass
school
for.
he pass for. So you
Yeah, two different things that
but
you say me never
no,
know.
no. But if you don't know what school he passed for, you can't say he didn't pass a Casey
Why me can't say that?
because you don't know.
You don't know which school him pass on mine man. But
That
this
is
don't pass the KC.
So you can't say that unseen. You can't say him no pass the case.
hey, yo, you're
And,
the great.
and like I say, a lot of these students, never student right now, no, never a friend of mine in Jamaica whose student is a who star in a primary school, star of primary tracks and everything, and is at KC and is just into him books, you know. This is a youth who could have run a chance. I think he's in about fourth farm now. You know, you have a lot of people like that too who come from other schools with their talent, and when they come at KC, them just focus on them books.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm just saying,
yeah.
just
So,
on sheer numbers alone,
yeah,
man, it's difficult,
somebody saying
difficult.
that
Yeah,
Javon Matheson passed for Calabar, but he ended up at KC. So but the schools do recruit. Did
yeah.
Whisper pass?
Listen,
Did Whisper pass a KC?
no,
No.
hear me go explain. Me don't know, me don't know.
Yeah, no, we don't know.
About
If you know, if you have a
Whisper,
thing
but
them
explain
correct,
something.
man.
You see the KC. All right, never saw it. You see my son. My son is in. I'm driving. I'm in the States. My son is 9 years old. Right. You see, if I was in Jamaica, guess which school am I go? You understand what I said? So you have that as well. You understand? So even if my son no pass for KC, and this where I go. And you have that Whisper father is a KC old boy. You understand? And you have those things, right? The whole of all Martin Bats that I mentioned, Mannings, the
Yeah.
whole of Bats brother up to him father go KC. You have that kind of thing, you know. With KC, you know. You have generation and generation of family members who go to KC. So this is the kind of thing you'd have to, let me tell you something. KC is a school where unless you went there, brethren, you can't understand KC. You will not understand it because it is such a camaraderie and a brotherhood that we have that no other school have. Do you know that KC overperformed this champs and it's not the first champs that overperformed? And you know that
No,
part
no,
of it is
no,
just
no, no. Caller,
yeah,
caller.
yeah.
Me I think Casey overperformed.
Yeah, man, that's what I heard. That's what
You
I heard.
heard.
No,
Oh,
listen, I'm
oh,
not
oh,
there, so I
oh,
could be wrong. Yeah,
okay.
I hear that them overperform. I hear that them
Oh, you
overperform.
heard,
I hear
heard.
that the
Okay, all
champs
right.
was
Caller,
yeah.
Case,
I hear that the champs was supposed to do, yeah,
caller,
yeah,
Casey.
yeah, man.
All the pundits had Casey winning champs.
No, I hear that it was supposed to be close, man.
No,
Close.
yeah,
What?
By
caller,
8 points. That's what I
caller,
hear.
caller. It was supposed to
Yeah,
be close, but Casey was supposed to win.
yeah, but them say 8 points. 8 points is neither here or
But
there. No,
here
just
is
take
why
one
it
miss
wasn't
up, you know.
close, caller. Not because Casey overperformed, but
Right.
because the other schools underperformed because they had many injuries and mishaps.
Which school underperformed? JC
JC
or
lost,
Calabar or
eh?
both?
JC,
Calabar, JC.
Calabar, underperform.
They
KC,
had a lot of injuries and drop buttons and failures. Like even
Yeah.
Kobe
Okay.
Lawrence, who is a national
Yeah.
representative, was expected to win. He lost. Mark Anthony thing there got injured. A
Miller.
couple of the relays JC weren't in. So
Okay.
the truth is most person had KC to win champs, but had it
Yeah.
close. What
All right.
happened is that the other schools underperformed, so the margin of victory was larger.
Was great.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
All right. So anyway, you can take that out of my point. You know, the point I was trying to make. No. My point is, see, has such a drive, Bridget. You know, the last time I ever asthma attack is I was at Champs in 1983, and I was at Champs on Friday, and I had to rush Friday night when I leave Champs. I had to rush to KPH, and I had an asthma attack. first in a long time because I always had childhood asthma. And that was the last time I had an asthma attack back in 1983. And the doctor told me it was from the excitement at Champs. And, I didn't even know that could trigger it. But my point is, we have such a drive, brethren, that that is second by no school. I mean, it just, you have to understand it, Bridget. We have been down many times and win where we're not supposed to win. And it's just the sheer drive of the never yield that bring us through. It's a remarkable institution. And I'm telling you, I want my son to experience it. I'm going to bring him to Champs even 1 year so he can experience the KC, the KC vibes. But unseen, yeah, man. I mean, the principal and all them things there, I mean, I'm
But
just
me,
telling you, we are.
but me disagree with their point though. When you met with the principal, me I hold my point.
All
I
right,
mean,
Carla,
change my point.
we're gonna take a
What point? No, what point?
No,
Carla.
you disagree with that principal of influence.
Carla.
And me
Carla.
agree with it. The
Peter.
principal of
Peter,
one of the
you know,
biggest
say
influence.
Peter.
Yeah.
Peter, 25
Yeah,
minutes in,
money.
25 minutes in,
All
man.
right.
You should give me some $25 super chat, You understand me? Listen to Ansi now, come here, give him time, come in, I want him
Yeah,
say,
man. No,
make it up.
send out super chat.
Yeah, man, all right, respect though. Yeah, man.
So man,
Right.
my answer to that question is that I disagree with him. Principal to me when me think that them have big role to play in our school move forward in terms of sports. That is my opinion.
Well, and Richie, Brain Drain said that I sent you the link, the link is pinned. Brain Drain said that you were recruited to KC. I don't know. But Calabar recruits too, JC recruits,
All
St.
of the big
James
schools.
recruits, Edwin
No
Allen
school
recruits,
recruit.
Heidel recruits,
Charlie
the top
recruit.
schools. They recruit. I mean, I know Mannings don't like recruiting until recently. They realize if they are going to keep up, they are going to have to recruit. They don't do it to the extent of certain schools, but they still do it. But like I said, my thing is that I don't have a problem with recruiting. But if certain schools can spend millions on recruiting, very good in terms of the infrastructure, how it is done, opportunities provided. I think that is very good. But they should not be able to deplete a next school's squad and still play against the school. They should be in different divisions. So if you recruit from Division 1, then you can't recruit from Division 1 school. That is my point. Recruit from Division 2 school or Division 3 school, right? And then in Division 1, you say, in terms of recruitment, you still have your same rules. I would even say increase the amount of recruits you have if you're going to compete in Division 1. So if KC want to have 11 players on their Manning Cup team from all over the world and JC and do, if they can afford it, compete at that level. But the schools who can't afford to do that should play in a different division because they are not going to, in the short term, create the kind of program with the resources and infrastructure to compete at that level. That is my thing. I don't think it should stop. It should stop because the truth is the opportunities sometimes that certain schools can provide. Unseen, if you have a son, and I don't want to, and please, for the persons out there, say your son goes to Spot Valley. It's a good school. But if you want him to probably excel, you're going to check how good is this coach? How good is this coach to bring my son to a certain level? You probably want to bring them to a school where you know the coaches well, the resources are there for them to get the best quality environment and opportunity. Like with my kids, right? So if my kids are in Jamaica for high school, as an example, and I have a choice for them to the track and field, right? If I have a choice in it, I'm going to say, all right, who is a good coach that can coach them? Right? Which school can I know that they'll get a quality environment, safe, and a quality, coach. And may want them to go to that school. And I think I should
I should be able to also have that choice as a parent. What say you on my um
I agree
and
with you.
yeah?
I agree with you, man. I agree.
No,
And one thing
honorable.
I agree with you from today, no? So one
Yeah.
thing I'm gonna agree with you.
Why not agree with?
You know, the point where we are debate and then some other, some callers calling in, and anyway, we'll go back to say you depend on the topic. Go on.
Yeah, so that's gonna stop some at least some up. I don't listen. Remember now, what I am saying is that if I'm at JC and you are at KC, you don't need to transfer because I think the opportunities at either school is similar. So JC should not be allowed to deplete Mushet. All right, they're not in the same thing. All right. JC should not be able to deplete Ascot High School program and then play Ascot in a match. All right, JC, I think on St. Mary's College. So St. Mary's College has 5 footballers. It would be good for them to play. Maybe the coach has gotten to his.
Maybe.
Maybe the coach has gotten to the level where he cannot bring them any further. And them being in a league program will help them. I am saying those 5 players should move from the Division 2 that say an Ascot is in, and those 5 players, and go and play in the Division 1 competition with Kingston College against elite talent because it's a big recruiting pool of players, than for you to take those 5 players and then you see Jamaica College going up against St. Mary's College after they have lost 5 of their best players.
Nice man. Never leave this data. Never leave this data.
I think that would be the best way still. It may not happen.
Because the principals are not thinking like you. Remember, the principals they make the rule and regulation. And the past two, they make the rules and regulation. Principal make up this.
We have Siobhan Peart and then we have a caller calling in. Hey, caller, welcome to the show. Good afternoon.
Hey, man, what's up? How go on?
I am here, man. What say you on the topic?
You hearing me properly?
Yeah, man, we hearing you properly. And me, I go beat now or Ansi.
Okay. No, not beat no. Beat nobody, but you just said something very important, which I agree with. Like, if and it not only benefit the players, it benefits the country as well. When you have a schoolboy season where you can split up the competitions in division 1, division 2, man, it makes much more sense, because even in the States it's the same thing. You have the schools with better resources that recruits from the lower tier teams, which generally they're not in the same division, so they can recruit from those divisions and get better players in division 1. Just as how you said it a while ago, if you have whatever you call the school, Ascot or St. Mary's College or whatever, and they're playing in a lower division, and if the coach can't help them, they move to the school with the better resources and better facilities, better coaches, better environment to help them further their football education. You understand? I think that makes a whole lot more sense. You understand? Instead of having everybody in the same division or class or whatever, and then the school with the better resources take 5 of my players and end up you still a complain in the season. Give me 10, 9, 11, 12. What does that do for the youngsters developing the football?
Yep.
It doesn't do much.
Yeah. And I think the same thing.
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, I think the same thing with champs, because now you saw many young athletes from some of the non-traditional schools, like Lacovia did well. Imagine St. Elizabeth Technical now goes and take 10 of those athletes from the Lacovia program, and the next school takes 10. What? That just messes up every
You understand me? Like what?
Yeah, I will tell you, man.
Because it's not like Lakovia get any money for this,
Mm-hmm.
So why not have, if you're gonna recruit at that level, even if you have to do it for champs, because I think it, I don't know how it would work in track and field, but I think something like that. Maybe you have it where, listen, those schools, they run in because I know in the college system in the States, even in track and field, you have different divisions as well.
Yes, sir.
I think you have the NCAA, you have the different things. So you may put it where you say, like, listen, this is champs elite, champs. After elite, you could have like a elite for some schools, and then you have like champs, the junior champs, which are the senior, and then junior. 3 categories of champs. And you have 3 categories. I don't know how, D1 and D2, etc. There you go, Brain James.
But man is man, remember so them have them central and them eastern already, Them
No,
can
man,
debate that.
that is different though.
But them can debate so them put it in
That
a
is
category.
sectional.
You
That's
win where you
sectional,
can
which
win.
That is
which
sectional. It's not based
Yeah.
on recruiting though.
So you win where you can win.
And all right, so answering what I'm saying though is that, like the caller is saying, if you take, so Lakovia finished, is it Magati finished in the top 10 at champs this season? Now Magati should be able to build on that program to come back and compete. But what is going to happen is that some of those top athletes are going to leave. And when they come back to champs, the same school will have to find other athletes that they are developing to compete against athletes that they develop that have gone to a next school. And
That's the problem with it.
I am saying find that they have gone to a next school. But shouldn't Magoti be allowed to have winners who don't have to compete with those athletes?
Man is man, I think Magati will find a way to keep them athletes.
They don't.
that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen.
Well,
Look at this, manins. I don't
I
know if
say
you
go.
follow college basketball. You watch the women's NCAA finals the other day. I don't know if you watch it or you hear about it, but it's like that's the ecosystem. When the coach talk about our team, the team that won was LSU.
Yeah.
And the players, and what she find is like all of them come from some lower tier school, and they recruit them and bring them come here. So that's just the ecosystem when it come on to sports at a big level. You're gonna recruit, but you have to take them from a lower tier. And the lower tier team them don't play in another division.
Exactly.
But man is man.
They do not play in that division.
But man is man, Issa will come to the defense and say, hey, I've limited the amount of recruitment that can happen. You have 3 transfers from Issa school that plays the competition. So them can say, hey, we deal with it with a rule here.
All right, Ansin, caller, our Shavan has come on and we have around 8 minutes. So, but thanks for the call as usual.
All right, respect,
yeah, man.
Look more
Very good
man.
point. Yeah, man. All right, Shavan, you're on. So, yeah, man. What say you? And then we're gonna take Stefan call. Go ahead, Shavan.
Yeah. Hi again. Afternoon,
And then
everyone.
afterwards, we're gonna hear from you, Stefan.
Yeah,
Shavan?
afternoon, everyone. Yeah, you hear me?
We're not hearing you now. We're hearing you now.
Oh, all right, good. So yeah, so what I was saying, it was regarding the comment that you made regarding the divisions. I think that's something that we should try to have implemented in schoolboy football, well, schoolboy athletics, because I think it's a bit unfair, and I think it would actually help the smaller schools to develop their players as well. Because when you look at like a team that would have struggled this year in the Manning Cup, it would have been, let's say, me know one group with like KC, Georges, or Woolmans. Those players from them school are automatically are gonna say, yo, we're not gonna win, so and for them head, them say, yo, we already get beat before the season starts. So whereas if you have the top school them a play, and it can even be a relegation type system as well, where the school them finish top of the Division 2, them can move up to Division 1. So it gives them incentive to want to play each year, and they will be playing players within their particular skill level as well. So when you said it just now, it's something that I have been saying for a while, but I'm wondering if it's something that we can try to ask to be implemented.
Yeah, well, let's see.
Yep. Um. All right. Let's hear what Stefan. Stefan, you on the line. You hear what Stefan just said. You hear what I have just said. What say you on the topic, Stefan?
Yeah, man, man, it's less up.
Yeah, man.
So, just to give that's my 2 cents. It's really a short input still, but regarding foods and their resources, it's when it comes down to these top schools, right, where you find that and what persons who are a part of the Class Student Association, what you tend to find as well is that some of these persons also sit on the school boards, right? So that sometimes gives them a lot of leverage when it comes down to making certain decisions where the school is concerned. That's the first thing, all right? And really, in regards to the resources, we keep on speaking about resources sometimes in the sense of money alone, but it's not just money alone. A lot of times when they speak about resources, you understand? And a lot of times they don't give from their pockets per se when it comes down to assistance, monetary resource or whatever the case may be. Right. So what you find happening is that they will is hearing me?
Yeah, man. We're listening. We're listening. We are hearing you. We're listening to you.
Right. So I'm saying right. So regarding resources, what will happen at times is that they are able to get external resources based on their influence outside of uh, based on what they do outside of they being on boards, etc. So they are able to pull from those resources to help to support a number of programs within the schools. It's not just sports alone, right? These programs, that if the resources are spread right across the board. So sports, the education programs, etc. Right? So they are able to pull from those, whether it's corporate or whether it's public or private sectors within the country. They're able to pull from those resources to help to support these programs. So which is why you find they are also, as well as being successful in sports, right? They are very much up there when it comes down to academics, right? So, for example, if I'm a JC old boy, I sit on the board as well as I'm a past student, a part of the past student association, and I'm a CFO at Grace Foods, for example. I'm able to get the necessary assistance to support my program or any sporting program within the school. So that is how they are able to get a lot of resources right across the board within the schools. Do you understand?
Yep.
So it's not just money alone, and a lot of
So
times it does
Carla,
bring of their
so
own
Carla,
pocket, right?
Carla, would you select a
That's it.
principal? Would you select a principal in the school who does not love sports, or who is not a sports-oriented principal?
The principal doesn't have to be sports oriented. I mean, they just have to buy into whatever it is that the board and whosoever is a part of the section
Right. So suppose him don't buy into.
is putting on the table. They don't
So
have to be
suppose
sports
him
oriented.
don't. Yeah. Right, suppose him don't buy into it.
Remember, guys, when it comes down to selecting a principal of these schools, it's not just primarily it's not about sports. Education would have to be the core mandate. You understand me? And how, especially ISA views sports is really as an extracurricular for some of the students. Right? So the primary objective is to actually enforce and to support the academic side of school. Now we all understand the importance of these extracurricular activities, because when you're finished, and which is why these schools, the JC, the KC, whenever these students leave, they're always well rounded. You understand me? So it is always a plus when you have a principal or someone who understands the importance of these extracurricular activities. But the primary objective, Bridget, is not to sports. You understand me? And that's just the structure. But they have a good support system. So that is why these schools are year after year. And it's not just the sports alone. They are also up
No,
there when
man.
it
We
comes
know
to,
that. We know that, Carla.
you understand me?
We know that. But you still not answer the question.
it can't just be a case where if the principal doesn't buy into to sports overall, right? I mean, the board have to make a decision. Right? It's not a one person. Remember,
All right.
when you're talking about a board of directors, it's not a one person decision. So it depends on if the board
Let me change.
sees it
Now,
fit to hire that person.
would you hire an anti-sports principal?
Unseen. You ask a brain drain put up. What you
Them
mean? I'm
ask.
anti. What you mean? What?
You know,
What you
it's
mean?
like for example, if anything come up with sports, him shun it. Him's a man where now I go agree to nothing at all with his past where they must say about sports. That me ask you.
But unseen. Would that kind of
No,
principle?
but
Hold on,
remember,
unseen. Unseen. That question. Because would that kind of principle
that's
go to KC, JC,
that's what I'm
Calabar?
that's the
That's
point
not going to
exactly.
happen because
That's
those
the point.
schools are also known for their sporting program. So that's like, come on. That's
That's
like
the same point as exactly.
that's a false.
That's the same point as about the money, right?
Yeah.
That's the same thing as about to say,
You cannot go
right?
to you cannot say, all right, I am going to be the next principal of Calabar, but I want you to know that I'm anti-sports.
No
All
man,
right.
me not gonna say, no the principal now come out and say it to you like that.
Yeah.
So he might come in the shadows. Might come
You
shadows
cannot
after he
go
get the
to
job.
those schools unseen
After him get the
and be
job.
a principal that is anti-sports because they are known also for their sports program.
But man is man. What I'm saying is
Exactly.
a principal can go for a work. Him not have to tell you say him anti-sports, him
But
just
have you
action,
ever seen
speak
any of
loud than
those
words.
schools? But I have never seen any of the top
But,
schools with an anti-sports principal.
Huh?
I
I've never
remember,
seen any of those schools with anti-sports
So that's
principals.
what I'm saying to you, that the past student who selecting the principals, they make
The
sure say
past, the,
the board of director then management. Cause I see him, get credit to past student same because him say them sit on the board. Them sit on the board, past student. I can't. A
anyway,
past student run them school. Well I'm finished now. Then make sure so the principal where them are select, them
bro,
can balance both departments. That's
unseen,
all me I say.
unseen, unseen. Big up yourself. Hey,
But
but I'm saying,
Steph.
but
yeah,
the caller don't answer the question
so I'm
now. No.
saying,
No,
Everything
no.
good.
All right, guys, you
no,
have to hear me. It's 4 hours running. That's what I'm saying, unseen. Me never that stop her from talk. It's 4 hours gone, all right? It's coming up to halftime in the Premier League as well, and I want the people to go and watch them Premier League games. We are going to finish up this discussion, but we have come to the 4 hour mark, all right? So, Stefan, I want to thank you for calling in. You need to call earlier next time, all right? Because we're going to finish this
One is why
discussion,
you
all
need
right?
to get a principal on the show.
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. I'm going to get a principal. Siobhan, sorry that you came on so late, but like I said, it's 4 hours and I want people to go and watch them EPL games, several games going on, including Liverpool and Chelsea. Unseen, thank you for coming on. Listen, people, one thing with Unseen. Unseen is one of those youths that you can't offend him. No matter you try to go around him, he's a tag boss. You can't offend Unseen. He's one of the real ones out there. Let me tell you, you can't offend him. And I rate him for that. Because someone will give him a hard time still, you know. Me give him a hard time too, you know, because of my time. Me always tell him that, and seriously, he's on medication. So I always tell him to take his medication. No joke. I'm not going to tell you what he takes medication for. But I realize sometimes when he don't take his medication, you understand me? you don't function properly. But you understand me? But big up to Unseen. Chevron, bless up yourself. You understand me? But we will further this discussion.
Yeah, Mannings, if you can reach out to somebody regarding the thing that I asked,
Yeah.
because it's something that I
Yeah, and I'm
really
going to
would
get a
like to.
principal. And I'm also tomorrow I'm going to have the guests from the Netherlands that who were supposed to be on today. They're going to be on tomorrow. But I have to run, so I want to thank everyone for being a part of the show today. All the callers, all the persons who came on and were part of the panel, all the persons in the comment section. Want to say a big, 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 big thank you to every single one of you. Right, I am Manning's man. All right. This has been I Am Sure Sports. And as usual, listen, just do us a little favor. Hit the like button on the video. Subscribe if you have not subscribed, or share the content with someone. Enjoy the rest of the day. I am Mannsman. This has been I Am Sure Sports. And we are over. And we are OUT.
the out of here.
Boom, check it out, I don't know it's Jason. I may represent for I Am Sure Sports. For the latest news and updates, check out I Am Sure Sports. Make sure you go to the YouTube channel, subscribe and share. Jason representing I Am Sure. I